Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. No, it's still afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us. Please be seated. And we trust while you've been waiting for us, you've read our acknowledgement to our friends and neighbors with the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. And I'd like to call this public hearing to order and ask our corporate officers. One of them is going to read all of the things we have to do to start a meeting like this.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. On behalf of the mayor, I will read out the procedure for the public hearing. Council is convening this public hearing to consider and receive submissions regarding proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985/2018, amendment bylaw number 5406/2025 regarding housing policy amendments. Anyone who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaw will be heard and or may make a written submission, either in person or via email to correspondence@westvancouver.ca. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views heard. Council members may ask questions of you following your presentation, but council's function during this public hearing is to listen to the views of the public, not to debate the proposed bylaw. After the public hearing has concluded, council may, without further notice, give whatever effect council believes proper to the representations. Your only opportunity to comment on the proposed bylaw is during the public hearing. Council is not permitted to receive further submissions once council has closed the public hearing. Council has received documents which are available for the public to view. A hard copy of these may be obtained from the corporate officer during the public hearing, and the documents can also be viewed online at westvancouver.ca/news/notices. Please note that the online copy of the documents will not include items received after noon today. To maintain order and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, here are the rules of procedure. First, a speakers list has been established. For those attending in person, you may place your name on the list at any time throughout the public hearing. If you're speaking from prepared remarks, council requests that a copy be provided to the corporate officer. To participate via Zoom, please phone 604-925-7004 and provide your name and telephone number to staff, who will add you to the speakers list. When it is your turn to address council, staff will allow you to unmute your microphone and turn on your webcam in order to provide you with your public input opportunity. Please note that staff will not be in a position to provide you with a specific time slot when you register to speak, so we ask that participants who wish to address council be available for the duration of the public hearing. Council requests that you please begin your remarks by providing your name and municipality of residence. If you're speaking on behalf of some other person or organization, council requests that you please identify them. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. And to the subject of the proposed bylaw. Please be respectful to others. And after everyone has spoken once, you will have an opportunity to speak subsequent times to provide additional information if you wish. Please follow the process outlined a moment ago to be re-added to the speakers list. If you have any concerns about the rules of the hearing, please address your comments to the chair. Mayor Sager, council has received one staff report regarding this proposed bylaw, and we now have 5 written submissions. The 5th one is on the horseshoe. The 4th one was provided earlier today. And council set the date for this public hearing back on October 20, and the notices for the public hearing were published in the North Shore News on November 5 and 12. That would bring us to the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hopkins, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon to all members of council and members of the public. So as described by my colleague, this is the public hearing for proposed bylaw updates to the OCP regarding housing policies. So I think staff's role is to be brief this afternoon. To recall, there was a very full, thorough presentation provided at first reading on October 20th. So really I'll limit my presentation to 2 things: to briefly recall the purpose of the bylaw in front of council and the community, and to summarize its contents. So in terms of the purpose, I think there are 3 objectives. The first is legislatively required. It's in response to amendments to the Local Government Act, which now require all municipalities to produce a housing needs report every 5 years and to follow them the next year with an OCP update that responds to the housing needs reports. So in 2025, Council received a housing needs report. It's using provincial data, provincial methodology, provincial calculations, whereby 10,742 units were identified as West Vancouver's required 20-year capacity. I'll recall that West Vancouver has also been issued a 5-year housing target of 1,432 units, with comment that the OSP update should additionally provide for that. So the first objective is to indicate very clearly to the province that we are compliant with these legislative changes. The 20-year capacity that this proposed OSP update provides for at the lower range meets the housing needs requirement, so that's rounded to 10,750 units, and at the upper range also includes the additional roughly 1,500 units from the housing target, taking it to 12,250. As we go about doing this, I think the second objective, a very important one, is always respond to the public. So on the screen here, you'll see, I'd call it a dashboard of findings that Council first received in July. I spent much more time October 20th walking through these, but at a glance here, you can see that the public has provided input in terms of the housing they would like to see, ranging from infill types, subdivision coach houses, through to missing middle forms, and then to apartment forms. Additionally, what was summarized at first reading was that the public also provided great feedback in terms of how and where to provide these housing priorities that they've shared with staff. And then the third objective is really to provide a made in West Vancouver response. So this obviously builds on the previous slide. A big part of that is responding to our residents. But to be very clear, it also responds to Council. Council has been issued 3 directives from the province. Council's raised very serious concerns regarding its land use authority, its autonomy, the need for process. So to be very clear, the OCP presented to the public and Council does not enact those 3 provincially issued land use directives. It does instead provide a made in West Vancouver response to the 3 areas identified by the province. So shown in blue on the slide, to be very clear, as opposed to a land use directive from the province, which would establish prescribed densities and heights based on 200 and 400 meter radii coming out from existing cluster of bus stops. It does not do that, but it does commit to a Taylorway and Park Royal local area plan, and it would be through that process that the boundaries, the distances, the densities, the heights, the location for future transit improvements would be determined through a local area planning process. The second directive was to expand the high-rise apartment area in neighborhoods in between Ambleside and Dunderave. To be clear, the OCP in front of Council and the community does not do that. It does speak to planning for missing middle housing forms in those areas. So I should also be clear about that. By missing middle, I mean things like row houses, townhouses. The third directive was for Council to adopt the Ambleside Centre local area plan. This is different in nature to other directives in the sense that there has been community engagement, there has been a bylaw prepared, but the OSP does not force Council's hand in that direction. It just simply commits to completing a plan, to honouring the work to date, and that there should be a plan for Ambleside Centre. So really, in summary, this proposed approach embedded in the OCP, it allows for Council to direct this work, Council to direct staff to work with the community, to work with stakeholders, and also provides an ability to work with other agencies and jurisdictions. So I think this is particularly relevant for the first provincial directive. It would be through a local area planning process that this OCP recommends, that staff would be able to work with TransLink on, for example, their intentions, their options, their needs for space to improve transit. It would also allow us to refer and work through a planning process with First Nations. So the Squamish Nation is directly adjacent to the lands in question. It would also allow us to refer to other provincial departments, the Ministry of Transportation Transit. They are actually the oversight body. It's their jurisdiction that Taylorway is within. So through a process, we could actually connect with the community, our stakeholders, and also other government agencies. In terms of the second part, so again, I'll be relatively brief, the proposed policy amendments that are subject to the public hearing. The first type of housing we would call infill. So smaller houses means more subdivision, so allowing smaller lot widths, smaller site sizes. There was strong public interest in expanding coach houses. So the ability to stratify coach houses, as well as maintaining incentives to enable rental coach houses. Community support for allowing triplexes as an alternative way to achieve 3 units on a lot. So as an alternative to a house, a basement suite, a coach house, it could be a single building, a triplex, 3 units within one structure. Allowing fourplexes where legislation requires, and also allowing council to consider additional sites as they come forward. So in summary, we have heard from the public support for these housing types. There is a need for these housing types, and also we've got great ideas on how and where to achieve these. And I think in layman's terms, what I'm describing here is really smaller and more diverse options within our primarily single detached neighborhoods. Second housing type, you've heard me use the expression missing middle, so that means row houses, townhouses. The proposed policy updates provide expanded opportunities along the Marine Drive Transit Corridor, but also new opportunities for other sites. There are other bus routes throughout the district. There are also schools, parks, places where they could be very appropriate for frontages of townhouses. Proposed policy to allow 3 stories where provincial legislation requires council allow 6 units. So this would really be moving from a 2-story sixplex allowance to a 3-story row house or townhouse allowance. And also the updated OCP advances and reflects the current status of local area planning. So Ambleside neighborhood stream be a very good example of where council has indicated staff should be working with those areas, typically directly adjacent to commercial or high-rise apartments, to explore and enable missing middle housing forms. So again, there's been public support. Public has shaped how and where we can meet this need. And in layman's terms, missing middle, we're talking about something in between the single family type housing and apartment forms. And the third and final housing type, apartments and mixed use residential options. The proposed updates allow council to consider mixed use proposals for over 3 stories outside of local area plan areas. There's a particular strengthening of policy around the harder to achieve housing types, rental, particularly seniors and supportive housing. We've heard from the public that there is a need and that they really want the province, nonprofit, senior governments, health authorities to come to the table to meet that need. And so our OCP policy should reflect that. Council is in a position to implement the apartment area stream of the Ambleside local area plan and complete the Ambleside Centre local area plan. So both good opportunities for apartments and mixed use housing forms, and the addition of the Park Royal North site into the Taylor Way local area plan. Again, a good opportunity for apartment and mixed use residential options. So again, this responds to the public engagement that was undertaken. And in layman's terms, really this is about supporting aging in place. We do have an aging community. We need to ensure our seniors housing stock matches that and maintain the basic structure of the 2018 OCP, where we're really trying to locate housing close to shops and services. That has direct benefit for local economy. It regenerates commercial spaces. It also provides new customers who could walk to those areas, take transit, and so on. So that does conclude staff's presentation. Staff are obviously available for questions or equally happy to cede the floor to the members of the public here.
Mr. Hawkins, thanks so much. Always appreciate your excellent work. I would like now to offer an opportunity to any member of the public who has come this evening. Do we have a speakers list?
We have a speakers list, Mayor Sager, with 4 names on it so far, 3 in the chamber and 1 from home via Zoom. The first name on the list is Eric Fiss, followed by Bill Chapman and Melinda Slater. Eric Fiss.
Mr. Fiss, nice to see you this evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. My name is Eric Fiss. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. I'm in favor of the proposed housing policy update OCP amendment bylaw, which will strengthen housing affordability for our most vulnerable residents and provide numerous benefits for our community. I appreciate that there are many types of affordable housing. These include smaller market homes that are less expensive to purchase and various forms of rental housing, including co-ops, secondary suites, and apartments. There is also housing needed by the most vulnerable members of our society. I support making the delivery of this type of housing a priority in the OCP. In reading the very thorough staff report for the housing policy update, I learned that the OCP refresh is based on the interim housing needs report that was presented to Council in December of 2024. The 2024 Housing Needs Report calculates the theoretical needed units by components that include household type. In addition to the housing need component for anticipated housing growth, the Housing Needs Report components include specific types of affordable housing for vulnerable residents. These include extreme core need housing, housing for the homeless, housing for individuals experiencing housing needed due to the constrained housing market, such as youth living with their parents who want to move out, and for seniors seeking to downsize or move into supportive housing, and new housing units needed to restore local vacancy rates to levels representing a healthy and well-functioning rental housing market. The Housing Policy Update Report identifies capacities in the district to meet the potential need for these 4 types of households over the next 20 years. This includes lands that can be redeveloped in line with policies and zoning. As well, it includes replacement of seniors in supportive housing on sites that had supportive housing but have been lost due to closures. These sites need to be redeveloped with added numbers of supportive affordable housing. As stated in the current policy 2.1.19 of the OCP, to meet the needs of affordable housing, the district would continue to explore the opportunities proposed by senior levels of government to provide affordable housing on public lands. This includes federally, provincially, and municipally owned lands. This would reduce the cost of housing and improve project viability through partnerships, such as the Kiwanis Seniors Housing on Gordon Avenue. Creation of an inventory of available publicly owned sites would assist in this initiative. The proposed addition of the words incentivize and enable to policy 2.1.19 strengthens the commitment of the district to seek these opportunities. The Affordable Housing Reserve Fund currently holds nearly $8 million. Additional funds for affordable and non-market housing could potentially be made available by council from the nearly $12 million in the non-restricted Community Amenity Reserve Fund. It is time to start thinking about using these resources to tackle the shortage of affordable housing in the district. If we start now, we can potentially deliver 150 to 200 affordable housing units by 2030, the next 5-year target. The OCP refresh will benefit our community by emphasizing policies for supportive housing and rent stabilization. And to quote from the 2025-2029 5-year financial plan, providing affordable housing options would provide a larger tax base to pay for community services, create a vibrant community, and reduce taxes. In conclusion, the Interim Housing Needs Report and Housing Policy Update Report identify shortages in the need and availability of affordable housing for extreme core need housing, housing for the homeless, new housing opportunities for young adults and seniors, and for maintaining an affordable rental housing supply. The amendments will benefit individuals in search of housing and livability in our community. In the face of a slowdown in market-driven development, the opportunities to support affordable housing should be addressed with real action now to achieve our community's long-term vision. Thank you for this opportunity to support the proposed Housing Policy Update OCP Amendment Bylaw and advocate for affordable housing opportunities and initiatives for our most vulnerable citizens.
Thanks very much, Mr. Fisk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. The next speaker is Bill Chapman, followed by Melinda Slater. Mr. Chapman.
Mr. Chapman, how are you this evening? Nice to see you.
I'm good, thank you. Bill Chapman, West Vancouver. Mayor and Council. On the proposed changes to the 2025 official community plan housing policy, I respectfully submit the following comments and suggestions for your consideration. With regards to the proposed Taylor Way corridor, I note it's proposed to change the name of the proposed area to Taylor Way Park Royal local area planning boundary and include the Park Royal North area within the planning boundary. I agree this is a better solution for West Vancouver. On examination of this proposed local area plan with my clients, we noted there's 2 large parcels, Cedardale Elementary School and Christ Redeemer Church and School, totaling 9.75 acres, within this area that are unlikely to be open for redevelopment. My client's historical parcel of land is located immediately adjacent to the east boundary of the proposed area at 548 Keith Road, with a site area of 1.55 acres, which could be easily incorporated into the proposed area. You see that on the third page of my submission. 548 Keith Road has the potential to improve the traffic pattern in this area by moving the alignment of 6th Street to the east to abut Keith Road in alignment with Marguerite Place, which is also at a much better sight line on Keith Road, as it's at kind of the crown of Keith Road, east of Taylor Way. It would also remove the difficult close intersection traffic with Christ Redeemer Church and School, which is particularly difficult during their peak periods. This inclusion of my client's property would enhance the proposed Taylor Way Parkwell local area plan potential in line with the objectives of the proposed housing policy within the 2025 official community plan. As I said, please refer to the attached sketch. I recognize the proposed inclusion of Parkwell North to the southwest boundary of the local planning area in order to meet the objectives of the housing policy. And I strongly believe inclusion of the above parcel to the eastern boundary would further improve the implementation and successful achievement of these objectives. I would like to thank you for considering this proposal, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions. I should point out that Derek Hawkins mentioned that the area boundaries will be confirmed through the planning process, but I'd like to make sure that I'm on the record before things get closed and I don't have the opportunity to come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, any comment?
Through your worship, yes, Mr. Chapman, and I myself did have a quick chance to chat before. Yeah, just to confirm for everyone's benefit, there are words that accompany the map. So there's a policy, existing policy 2115, which would be renumbered 2116, but no changes to the existing text have been proposed. And those words specifically say that it is through the local area planning process that final boundaries are determined, as well as housing forms and so on. So this is very useful information. Should this OCP be adopted, should we commence this planning area, then absolutely we would invite Mr. Chapman and everyone who's in and around the boundaries to also participate, and the final local area plan would reflect that process. So
Very good.
absolutely zero concerns from staff, yeah, and
Thank you.
appreciated this being brought to our attention.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Ms. Slater, please. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. Melinda Slater, 1058 Keith Road. I'm going to be really quick. I expect this is seen mainly as an administrative update, but I do have some concerns, and it revolves around that, this is the same document that gave us the 1,000 to 1,200 housing target numbers that has driven the Ambleside local area plan. And a number of us objected to putting these specific numbers in the OCP when when they were first proposed back when. And we argued that these arbitrary figures don't belong in a high-level document. And of course, what we've seen is we've ended up with an Ambleside LAP proposal that has been entirely driven by accommodating 1,000 to 1,200 new housing units at the expense of a vision of what we want this neighborhood to look and feel like. So I would just say that this hasn't served us well. It's caused division in the community. And I think to add to these controversial numbers is misguided. So thank you. Something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Slater. Thanks very much. Next
Thank you, Mayor Shego. We do have one name still waiting on Zoom, but since then, Mr. Gary Porosnik signed up to speak. He's in the gallery, so my understanding is
We haven't seen him in a
next.
while, Mr. Brosnick. We've missed you.
Thank you. Mr.
We
Mayor.
know this is your favorite subject, so.
Well, sort of. I passed the paper out and there's really two segments to this. And if I get a chance, if I can have a second go, because it's intended to help you with the province too. First of all, I support the proposed amendments that particularly relate to the wording adjustments in the OCP to allow you to do density for missing middle in secondary routes and schools, because that's really, I think, was overlooked. So in the submission I've given you, I've said that a key issue here is the report issued by Matuzzi, the advisory report, because it really sets out really what's happened in the history of West Vancouver, and the fact that we have a serious problem with affordable market housing. I think the amendments actually help deal with something that he also mentioned is point 3 I've got on the submission, which is they actually said expand housing areas beyond existing plan, particularly near schools and transit routes where multifamily developments serve young families best. And I think that's what some of the wording does. And it helps, I think, you to push back, which I think are a little too aggressive focuses by the government on the Park Royal kind of transit center, which doesn't quite exist yet. And also one I've been pretty critical of is the ad hoc 4-unit development on single family anywhere, because I think that will be hard to service economically, as well as it won't achieve the desired effect, I think, of getting affordable housing. And my affordable housing target is $1.3 million for a townhouse, because you can get $1.3 million townhouses anywhere in Greater Vancouver, even on expensive land elsewhere. You can't get any here, and they've never built them here. So that's an entry level that I talk to a lot of downsizers and kids that have to leave here. So I think I'm really supportive of those amendments, and I think gives you some pushback, because actually in the report it says these things, and then I think the correspondence I had with you in the summer did not mention that missing middle kind of option, which I think is a huge problem here in West Vancouver. And I think that because your numbers show 75% in favor of this increased density, I think you can show the government that you've got support for it, as well as, you know, not a lot of support, not as much support, let's say, for them to browbeat you on those other 2 areas, which are identified in 2A and B. However, the main other issue, though, that you're not really addressing that I see, and maybe you are, but I don't see it, is what I refer to, you know, these changes in OCP are really a drop in the bucket in terms of what's required. Because we've had decades of problem on housing. You know, developers are saying, gee, it took me 10 years to build something. I'm not going back to West Van ever. And so this is a common thing that you've got. So I think you've got to deal with a lot of the other issues raised in Matuzzi's report that talks about, you know, page 18 is all kinds of them: regulatory uncertainty, high costs and delays, public opposition, all that stuff. And they came up with some very specific things about adopting best practices of other municipalities to reduce uncertainty and necessary steps, etc. And I think it's these areas where you've got to streamline the processes to take away unnecessary costs, time delay, and risks, because the developers are not going to come back to West Van, regardless of what you do with the OCP, unless it makes sense to do that. And as the report says, it's going to be really a tone set by this council and going forward to overcome the shadows and tones of past councils and the current council too, because the reality is you're kind of a transition council in my mind, kind of going from, you know, no development to interested in it, but still cautious. And I really think that in my experience at restructuring and changing attitudes, and we have also big problems to overcome now with all the excess condos and uncertainty. But the reality is in West Vancouver, there's a big unserviced demand in housing. If you build that, the problem is how do you get them to come and do it? It's way more than the OCP. And I really think I would suggest that council come back on those other areas, which are process areas, but actually really important in terms of attracting developers to build low-cost housing. And I say low-cost, I define it. There's been no projects in the last 7 years that I've seen that produce $1.3 million townhouse. There's a project that will take a single family and build 2 $8 million houses on it. And I say, then why don't you build 8 townhouses? Well, because it won't approve, they won't get approval, so we won't even look at that option. So I think this is really something where council needs to work with planning. And I believe the
That's your
government,
time, sir.
the government said there's money to help you get extra resources and help you do some of this retooling, which I think is absolutely crucial if you want developers to come and build this housing.
Thanks very much. We appreciate your thoughts. And we have someone online, do we?
We have someone online. I will promote Mr. Krozik
Do
now.
we know the name of the person?
It's Andy Krozik.
Oh. Mr. Krozik, we certainly know you.
Yes.
Where are you? There he is.
All
Thanks for
right.
joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor
Oh,
and
we
Council.
can't hear you, Andy.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Nope. Not as far, not from here,
No, you're still on mute.
not from here. All
He's not on mute.
of it is everything is telling me that the audio is working.
Andy, we're still not hearing you, my friend. I'm sorry.
I don't understand what it can be, not from my end.
I'll tell you what, you could give us one thumb up or two thumbs up if you like. So we at least know why you were calling. And if you don't like it, you can give us thumbs down. Well, let's, we got thumbs up. Okay, bye. Well, it was nice to see you. Okay, I did see a person on the front here put their hand up, but is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this matter? We've got two people. Yes, thanks. I'm recognizing the hand at the back and then the person at the front. Sorry, I can't see who it is. Thank you for joining us this evening.
My name is Kurt Shepard. Live at 500 Dutchess in West Van. I'm addressing Bill, my neighbor's suggestion of moving 6th Street. We moved 6th Street down when they did Water's Edge, and they were surprised to find the high pressure gas main that feeds Sunshine Coast under the road. So they had to move it. Same thing when we did 320 Taylor Way. We had a problem getting under the bridge because of the gas main. It goes up 6th Street. So it might be a little bit problem moving the street. And also relating to myself, we have, I don't know how we'd access Dutchess Avenue if you move 6th to the end of Esquimalt, because at that point, the terrain falls off. So we wouldn't be able to go north-south there. But I like the idea of making the area bigger, but it might have to be, it wouldn't be quite that simple.
Got it.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the input. Yes, the person right here. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Mayor, I have sent you email for 2 weeks and waiting for your feedback.
I'm sorry,
And
we first
today-
ask if you could introduce yourself so we know who you are.
Yes, this is Kimberly Liu. My legal name is Jun Liu.
Ms.
I'm a
Liu?
resident, long-term resident of West Vancouver for almost 16 years. I live in 2010 Queens Avenue, West Vancouver. Can I talk right now?
Absolutely, but are you
Yeah.
here to talk on the public hearing? This is a public hearing tonight about the OCP amendment, so that's the only thing you can talk about.
It's
this
not a
stuff.
general, regular council meeting.
No, that's at 6 PM tonight. Right now, this is a public hearing.
Oh, and Miss,
If you want to give us input on the OCP amendment that's proposed, we would love to hear your thoughts, but if it's any other subject, it has to wait until the council meeting,
I wait for the council meeting.
regular council
I
meeting.
don't know so much about the policy
No, that's
rules and
okay.
OCP. I just take care of myself.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
this wouldn't be the time for that. Is there anyone else this evening that wishes to address council? Yes, sir, on the OCP amendment.
Okay, my name is Daniel Francis Barras, and I live on Clyde Avenue,
Sir,
once we
please feel free
forward.
to have a seat if you like.
Oh, d'accord, okay. Okay, yes, my name is Daniel Francis Barras and I live on Clyde Avenue, 1341 Clyde Avenue. My concern is about the traffic going over to town and coming back from town. I don't know if it's the appropriate time to speak about it. We are confronted with more and more people coming on this side, which is okay. But what about transportation? What about it's getting so bad to go over to town or coming back? That's my question for today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, I want to assure you that concern is shared by everyone who sits at this table. And we do very much want to see a dramatic increase in improvement in public transportation serving our community. We work on that on a daily basis. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? I'm just going to put a little bit of a pitch out for anybody interested in affordable housing. Last week, I was introduced to a fellow who started a company in Port Alberni, who is going to manufacture very, very high quality buildings. It's quite an interesting concept. Anybody interested, contact me. I'll share the information. I'm going to go over at some point in time, probably in the new year. I know the minister, Gregor Robertson, has gone to look and is impressed. Could be a real solution because the biggest challenge is the cost of construction, and there might be a solution there. Yes, but not, there's one other company up in the Comox Valley that also does it. This is a bit of a different concept, really quite interesting. So might help us find a way to deliver more affordable housing. Councillor Lambert, please. Hearing. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second, any discussion? Sorry, Councillor Gambioli, did I miss you?
Well, no, because I put my little light on. I have a few questions for staff.
Okay, let's have that and then we'll
Yeah.
come back to the motion.
Okay, so my concerns are related to, a number of discussions I've had with people in the community who are now a bit confused about this OCP versus the directives from the province, and they're kind of separate, but they're kind of not separate. So I just would like, a little bit of a clear explanation, or what are our next steps going to be? Staff have provided a slide that is sort of trying to capture some of that, I guess. But we've got these 3 directives from the province which kind of overlap on top of a lot of these areas we're talking about with the OCP. So I guess my first question, which you kind of already answered, was can we separate these 3 directives and kind of try to work on them separately? So I guess the answer from what you gave us on the slide is the answer would be yes.
Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, council could certainly direct staff to take a different direction that's consistent with the provincial directives or some variation thereof on if they so chose as part of this process. Staff's understanding based on the unanimously supported mayor's letter was that council did not intend to comply with those directives, and hence we drafted this official community plan, which is very much, as Mr. Hawkins has said, a made in West Vancouver approach. If there are any variations from that council would like to entertain, then staff are open and willing to receive that direction. I will also remind council that timing is of the essence. The minister has said that she intends to enforce those directives by the end of this year, so December 31st, 2025. While that may not happen that exact date, I expect that the direction from the province will occur soon after.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
So, yeah, so, I would prefer a situation where we either work with the province on the details of these directives, or, I'm okay actually with 2 out of the 3 directives. I'm absolutely fine with the Ambleside commercial area directive. But we're in a deadlock on that, and 3 of my colleagues don't agree. And
Sorry,
and
sorry, point of order from Councilor Lambert.
We're supposed to be asking questions, listening and asking questions, not
Yep.
offering opinions.
thank you very much, Councillor Lambert. I'm very familiar with the process, so I'm adding a little bit of context. And I'm asking questions to staff,
Okay, well,
and I'm not finished. So I'll continue by saying that I actually do support the Park Royal a directive as well. And but I've got some
Sorry.
real concerns
Yeah.
about the Dunderave.
yeah, sorry, Councilor
I've-
Councilor Gambioli.
So the questions, thank you for not letting a public official who's been elected by the public to finish her statement, Mr. Lambert. So the question then, after stating my position, is
Okay,
that I'm a bit concerned how we handle these 3, how we're going forward in, which one we tackle first. We don't have that many staff, I know. And, how are we going to deal with the province on this, in your opinion, with time of the essence, just in terms of the process?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
This has gone totally off topic. She's out of order and you need to enforce such.
Yeah.
And she's insulting to fellow councillor.
I
3
am
strikes
not-
and you're
I
out.
am not out of order whatsoever. This is my right, and the public would like to know, thank you very much, Councillor Cassidy, would like to know from staff what, their anticipated, in their professional opinion, is an anticipated process. I don't think we're in a fight with the province. We shouldn't be in a fight with the province. And I'm putting my thoughts forward on that. And I would like a resolution, and I would like to be discussing this in public, not having backroom discussions and not coming down to the wire with the province. This is,
So,
this is
Councilor
ridiculous.
Gambioli, I respect your questions and your points. But this is a public hearing. This is our opportunity to listen to the public and not debate.
No, I'm not debating. I'm asking staff for answers to the questions which relate to this OCP and which relate to the bigger context pictures of the directives, which are clearly talked about in the staff report and which were talked about again tonight in the staff presentation. It is all related. And if you can't see that, well, then I'm sorry that you're, chosen this line of work. But I think that staff are well qualified to give us their opinion.
Okay, members of council. Councilor Gambioli, the community unanimously, the council unanimously voted on a letter which I wrote and you supported to tell the province that we were not going to support their directives. You and I happen to agree that we would like to work with the province on a transit-oriented development at Park Royal. We'd very much like to do that. And I would propose that we together write a letter to the minister suggesting that rather than these public fights, that we actually sit down at a table and talk about how we can move that forward. With regards to the Ambleside local area plan, and it is extremely difficult for me because I'm a property owner affected that I can't participate. And I have said publicly on numerous occasions that I have every confidence that the 6 of you will find a solution. And I trust you will make every effort to work together to do that. And I don't know what else the staff could possibly answer. Mr. Bailey?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And through the Mayor to Councilor Gambioli, just from a process perspective, with respect to any 3 of the issues that relate to the directives that are in the OCP, council could, as part of this public hearing and at, second and third reading, direct amendments to what we've proposed. And if those amendments pass, you could then, theoretically ask us to go back to the province and have a discussion as to whether or not they are consistent with the directives. Now, we know that they're not consistent with the directives, but you could instruct us to do that and have a conversation. That's the pure process answer as to what could happen.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Bailey's recommendation that this is appropriately debated when we bring this forward for a vote.
But we wouldn't have had that answer unless I'd asked the question tonight, which would have been too late in 2 weeks. So thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Okay,
and
I've
Mr.
now got a
Collins
Mayor
motion.
for
Sager,
that
sorry, just
process
before we,
answer.
Thank you.
sorry to interrupt, just before you call the question, the member of the public online would like to try one more time to submit his verbal submission.
I think that's only fair. I liked his thumbs up. Did we figure out what the technical problem was? There you are, Andy. Can we hear you this time?
I hope so. Can you hear
No.
me?
You're
Still
gonna have to
nothing?
buy a new microphone. Oh, wait, what does this say? No, take it back further. No, no,
Further.
it's completely not readable.
Hold on,
Ah.
stay
Stay
still.
still, yeah,
Wait,
hold it
stay
still.
and
Oh,
hold-
I know what it is.
Hold it in
You-
front of your face.
No, take off
To be present.
present.
Illness.
Oh, are you not feeling well?
Present due to OCP. Keep, yeah, stop.
Okay, no, the problem is you've got the anti-blur, you've got to take the blur thing off because it,
Oh, is that what it
Oh,
is?
God, that's a whole other button.
no, that's another button. The blur background makes it difficult to read.
Oh, yeah.
Makes your face,
You gotta hold it in front of your nose, I think,
Yeah.
for it to focus.
Okay.
okay, yeah. Well, thanks for trying again. Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor? Contrary, the motion is carried, and that is the adjournment. We'll be back. Those of you who wish to join us, we'll be returning at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Check, check.
Sound test, sound test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2, 1, 2.
The thing that's interesting is we
Check, check 1, 2.
Well, great to see all of you. Thanks so much for joining us this evening. Please be seated. And I trust everyone has taken a moment to read our acknowledgement to our friends and neighbors at the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. And tonight's a very special night because it's also Councillor Gambioli's birthday. So we all have to be very nice to Councillor Gambioli. There we go. So I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Councillor Lambert, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. Recommend that the November 17th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Snyder. Discussion, question, all in favor, contrary carried. Thank you. Solid waste utility rates for 2026. These are all the exciting things that we do with the council. And we're, yes, it is.
I'm ready. Oh, I see. All right.
Emily, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Emily Willoughby, the Senior Manager of Engineering Services, here tonight with our first of three proposed utility rates for 2026. So I'll be presenting the 2026 proposed rates for the solid waste utility, followed by my colleague Fatemeh Mansouri, who will present the water and sewer and drainage utilities. The solid waste utility consists of these main program areas, which are covered in some detail in the staff report prepared for this meeting. Unlike the water and sewer utilities, capital assets and infrastructure are not typically a primary driver of the solid waste utility expenses. About 3/4 of costs are associated with contracted or in-house collection services and regional disposal or processing fees for the material that's collected. The solid waste utility also houses a reserve that acts as a contingency primarily for the retired Third Street landfill. The reserve can and has also been used to provide a buffer for rate smoothing in the utility rates. Each year, any cost savings in the utility resulting from conservative budgeting remain in the utility and can be used to offset rate increases in future years. Because the majority of solid waste utility expenses are operating expenses, this reserve is not structured to absorb significant capital costs. It's a bit different than the other utility reserves at the district. So I am pleased to recommend tonight that there is no recommended rate increase proposed for 2026. The proposed quarterly rates are the same as 2025 and translate to the annual charges shown here on this slide. These rates are forecasted to remain stable with 0% increases through 2030, as reflected in the 5-year financial plan in Appendix A with the staff report. In general, staff attribute this recommendation to lower than projected operating expenses in 2025 and an upward trend in projected revenues in the utility. So 2025 has been a year of service delivery adjustments in the utility, but also of stabilization. First, disposal costs for garbage and organics and contracted collection costs are major components of the utility budget. We saw in 2025 residential materials tonnages and disposal costs, which spiked during the pandemic and have taken several years to stabilize. Those have come back to a more predictable and stable levels than they had been for a few years. So we're seeing some cost stabilization there. Secondly, we've had two major collection costs that were up for renewal in 2025. So last year, staff budgeted conservatively, anticipating that contract costs would increase, but procurement resulted in more favorable results than anticipated. and cost increases didn't materialize that we were expecting in 2025. The new 5-year collection contracts for both the residential and civic building collection services began in July 1st of 2025. The other thing we saw in the operating cost savings was a greater cost savings than projected due to in-housing the street side recycling collection program, which was previously provided as a contracted service and is now done in-house by our parks collection teams. Thirdly, we had a greater number of ratepayers contributing funds into the utility in 2025, which resulted in higher than projected revenues. Fourth, in July of 2025, Council directed staff to expand the parks recycling program into Ambleside Park. In previous years, expansion of that service may have resulted in upward cost pressures on the solid waste utility. But with this expansion, Council directed that the additional operating costs be funded from pay parking revenue rather than utility rates. So we saw some cost savings there. And finally, as always, embedded in this proposed solid waste utility rates are a commitment to continuing to provide a high quality and good value in our collection program services. Anticipated inflation, fuel costs, and consumer price index increases, which directly affect the operating costs of our collection programs, as well as commitments to rate transparency, where revenue from each rate funding area is attributed to the expenses in that area, and rate smoothing while maintaining that reserve level of a target at $1 million. So because the solid waste reserve is currently sitting at higher than that $1 million target, rates are forecasted to remain stable over that 5-year horizon in the Appendix A, 5-year financial plan. So I'll leave you the very short presentation here with the recommendation on the screen. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much. That's great news. And Councillor Watt, could I ask you for a motion, please?
Yeah, happy to put forward the motion. And I also just wanted to point out, I really appreciate the efforts we're doing. And I believe Metro Vancouver, we've got a 65% diversion rate and are a national leader. So a lot to be proud of. Anyway, I'd like to recommend that this September 2nd, 2025, report titled Solid Waste Utility Update and Proposed 2026 Rates from the Senior Manager of Engineering Services be received for information, and solid waste utility fees for 2026 remain the same as the amount set out in Schedule A of Solid Waste Utility Bylaw number 4740, 2012 as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Gambioli.
So yeah, I just had 2 questions. Can you give us any kind of update on the new soft plastics collection, the pink boxes? We've had ours now for, I don't know, seems like 6 months. Everyone's finally figured out which day of the month it is. And I just wonder how is that going to affect rates in the future? Does that going to affect, hopefully it's going to affect our volumes or our weight per household, but it doesn't weigh very much. So anyway, just wondering about that.
Certainly, through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, the Recycle BC's soft plastic pink box collection service is a program of Recycle BC, not the district. So it's funded by Recycle BC. But we're very pleased that Recycle BC launched that initiative in the District of West Vancouver. I don't have any details about the amount of material that Recycle BC's program has diverted at this point. It is a good possibility that we may see some downward trends in our tonnage, although as you noted, the material is quite light, but we may see some volume savings, some weight savings in our residential garbage collection from folks who find that option more convenient than taking it to a depot.
Okay, and my other question relates to, I know that we have a pretty big problem with what you would call cross-contamination or contamination of recycling in parks and streetscape areas. So essentially that means you're putting the wrong thing in the wrong bin. So what are our plans for the public to get better at this so that we don't end up paying extra money to, you know, take the organics to the landfill because it had too many landfill items in it, because that ends up costing us money. So how can we better educate people to do that in public spaces?
Sure, great question. Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, we are considering a few opportunities to improve diversion and reduce contamination in our public realm programs for 2026. The first of which is we're really looking at operational improvements, specifically related to vehicles. We do have a compacting on one of our larger parks, single stream garbage trucks has reached the end of its service life and is being replaced in 2026. And that will have a multi-stream option on the replacement truck that's coming in, which should help us improve our waste diversion in parks. We're also looking at staff training to do point of service sorting. So we've got a consistent sort of post-collection point of service procedure. We'll also continue to look at opportunities to increase public education around properly sorting materials into the correct bin so that they can be collected and processed with either recycling or organics if they're accepted in those streams. So that's something we'll look at. We've got a few ideas. We've tried a few things in the past. We've got a few ideas for 2026 that we're hoping to explore next year. And then finally, West Vancouver has been a leader in public realm diversion. We have a fairly mature program compared to a lot of municipalities. One thing we really want to continue looking at are best practices locally, provincially, and then beyond, and connecting with our municipal partners who are providing similar types of collection services to see if we can refine our best practices and move that dial further.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Gambiel, anyone else? Councillor Cassidy.
So when you have cross-contamination, in essence, what happens is that's a waste. You know, once you put the wrong goods in the wrong bin, then it just goes to the general garbage collection. Is that correct? General waste? Or you cannot sort after that fact?
So through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, there is some level of sorting at point of collection that our staff can take on without it having a significant operational impact and the amount of time and resources that we spend after it comes in. Certainly it is better to have members of the public sort their materials correctly in the first place.
Mhm.
Certainly that's better. That's not always possible. So we've got a certain level that our staff can do. And there is a certain level of contamination or crossing of the streams that a processor will accept. In say the organic stream, for example, we can have a small amount of material that's not organics go to the processor and the processor will still accept that. But playing with that threshold, if it's above the level that a processor will accept, then yes, that material needs to be sent for garbage because it cannot be successfully composted.
And what level is that, please?
The industry standard is typically around 10%, although less is much better. When you think about what that organics material is used for, ideally it is composted into beautiful nutrient-dense soil that can then be placed in gardens. And so when we think about even 10% being plastic contamination or other types of materials that won't compost, that doesn't make a high-end product for after processing. So that's really the threshold we want to get. 3% is best, 3% or better. You know, the lower you can get to clean material going to processing, the better the output at the end of the day.
Okay, now not that I spend my time going around looking at garbage cans, but in Vancouver, they have big signage on their recycling bins, which says something to the effect, bins don't recycle, people do, think first. So our bins don't have that. And I think sometimes people just get, well, they just don't think, they're lazy, they're, don't have time, and they cross-contaminate. Could we not put signage up such as that? Because I think it would be rather effective.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, you are correct. Vancouver does have a bins don't recycle, people do slogan. In fact, that slogan was borrowed from the District of West Vancouver, and our bins in the District of West Vancouver, some of them, not all of them, do have that similar messaging. It's a little bit more challenging to put that messaging on a parks recycling bin because they are the bear-proof containers.
Mhm.
But you may notice our streetscape bins along the commercial cores do have that bins don't recycle, people do, please sort your waste messaging.
Okay, well, don't think it's very prominent because I do go around looking at garbage cans.
That is
Anyway.
fair and noted. And
Okay,
noted.
yes, I mean, and even something, think before you deposit,
Yep.
something like that, but there are really not as many bins as you think that have that signage in West Vancouver.
Yep,
Okay,
fair
my
enough.
next one, you said that there's a higher percentage of ratepayers now using our utilities, our solid waste utilities. Who are these ratepayers?
So through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, what we have seen in the last year or so are larger multifamily developments coming online to pay into the utility. And multifamily properties do not receive curbside residential collection service, but they do pay into the public realm fund for the solid waste utility, which funds waste collection in parks, civic buildings,
Mhm.
and in streetscapes.
Mhm.
So we're seeing some revenue from that source that we didn't have before with redevelopment.
Are these new buildings or existing buildings that now have recycling down in their garage or wherever?
Typically, they are new construction that's come online with additional, capacity, housing capacity that's now paying into the utility because the municipality does not provide residential service. We don't provide like basement recycling or garbage or organics collection for multi-family buildings. That's typically a private service in the District of West Vancouver.
And may I ask what percentage that is of new people coming online? 1%, 0.5? The reason I ask is we continually say our population isn't growing, but our solid waste seems to say it is.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, I don't have that number available.
Okay,
The
but
number
it is
of
growing.
multifamily units
Okay.
that are paying into the utility now. We do evaluate overall unit counts annually, and it's a component of our collection costs with our contractors. But I don't have that number in front of me.
So we can certainly
Okay.
get that for you.
Thank you
Councillor
very
Cassidy.
much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Thank you. I'm curious, what happens to the cigarette butts from the cigarette butt recycling or whatever they are, collection units? Where do they go? Are they recycled or do they just go into solid waste?
So through the mayor to Councillor Watt, the cigarette butts that are collected in the pilot locations with dedicated cigarette containers, those are currently processed as garbage, not as recycling. It's a volume question that we process those as garbage.
So you just called it a pilot program, but I remember before I ever sat in this chair lobbying for cigarette butt recycling, and I believe it's been around at least 5 years, maybe more. So when does it stop being a pilot and something that we have more of, so we don't have in certain, areas where we seem to get more people coming, and often even not from this community, because I believe we have quite a low ratio of smokers here, but there are certainly areas, bus stops heavily used, probably closer to Park Royal, Ambleside, Horseshoe Bay. Are we planning to expand the collection of this versus having them on the street washing into the ocean?
Through the mayor to Councillor Watt. It is a pilot that's ongoing. It hasn't ended. We haven't removed any containers that are out there. We continue to test the effectiveness of that. Happy to prepare some material and share with you about the background of that cigarette butt collection program.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not advocating for removal, probably more. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks very much. Any further discussion? I'll call a question. All in favor? Contrary, the motion's carried. Thanks very much, Emily. Thank you. And Fatime, if I may, we'll move on to the water utility.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, colleagues, and members of public. My name is Fatima Mansouri. I'm the Senior Manager for Engineering Utilities Planning, Design, and Project Delivery. I'll be presenting the 2026 proposed rates for water, utility, and sewer today. Beginning with water, the district water utility produces and delivers potable water to all residents and businesses within the municipality. Fees go directly towards providing drinking water and can be broken down into 4 main areas. First, purchase of bulk potable water from Metro Vancouver, the Greater Vancouver Water District. Second, operation and maintenance of the water distribution system, including storage reservoirs, pump stations, water main, as well as 2 source supply systems, Eagle Lake and Monty Zamberg, which includes dams, pumps, pipelines, treatment plants, and etc. Third, renewal of the supply and distribution system, including capital infrastructure renewal, asset management, and transfer to reserve, as well as financing of vehicles and equipment associated with these functions. And lastly, debt services. This pie chart shows the breakdown of the 2026 proposed rate funded expenses for these 4 main areas. This is the proposed 5-year financial plan for 2026 and beyond. To provide some background, at the regular September 15, 2025 Finance and Audit Committee meeting, there was a discussion around exploring opportunities to smooth the proposed 5-year rates beginning in 2026. The intent was to achieve better alignment with the 2025 5-year financial plan and mitigate a significant rate increase in 2026. Staff investigated available opportunities to smooth the rates by adjusting the contribution to reserve, and this slide presents the recommended 5-year financial plan requirements for 2026 and beyond, considering those adjustments. We'll focus on 2026 for this meeting. The district 2026 water utility budget is approximately $24.3 million, roughly a $0.9 million decrease over the 2025 budgeted expenditures. The year-over-year decrease is largely attributed to third-party contributions that help offset capital expenditure and a reduction to operating expenses. These decreases are partially offset by an increase to the contribution to reserves and Metro Vancouver water costs. In total, taking into account operation of the utility, as well as the regular capital renewal programming, an overall 4.5% revenue increase in the water utility is required. In this slide, I'll provide a brief overview of 2 major projects, the Westmount Pump Station and Reservoir and 11th Street Pump Station replacement and upgrade. These projects were identified as part of the district water servicing study and the water asset management plan. These existing infrastructure are at the end of their service life, and the upgrades aim to meet existing and future water conveyance and water supply redundancy needs within the distribution system. Beginning with Westmount Pump Station and Reservoir, the projected costs for the pump station and reservoir upgrades are $17 million and $15 million respectively. The preliminary design is currently being carried out, and funding contribution directed toward constructing the infrastructure is expected to be required within the next 5 years. The pump station upgrade will be partially funded through the development contributions. The cost and the year in which it is incurred will be further refined as more information becomes available throughout the project planning and design phase. Regarding 11th Street Pump Station, the construction is currently underway, with commissioning of the station anticipated by mid-2026. The total cost of the project is estimated to be $7.2 million, which approximately $3 million to be funded from external contribution and the remainder from the utility rates. This chart is a benchmark that shows the percentage of single-family households that will see a range of dollar increase in the water utility rates. To explain how to read the chart, for example, The second bar from the bottom, shown in red, indicates that 50% of residents will see an increase ranging from $26 to $50. The estimated annual charge for the median single-family household in 2026 is $893 based on the 2024 consumption. These represent an increase of $39 over 2025. This means that about 50% of people will see more than the cited median amount, and 50% will see less than the cited median amount. For the average multifamily unit, the estimated annual charge in 2026 is $294 based on the 2024 consumption, which represent an average multifamily unit bill increase of $13 over 2025. That is the slide for recommendation. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll ask Councillor Thompson if she would make a motion.
Well, thank you. I'd like to recommend the motion for the water utility update and proposed rates as written for 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert? And discussion, Councillor Gambioli?
Seems to be the only one who has questions tonight all at the beginning. So two questions. This proposal that we're looking at for the Westmount station, that is really a lot of money, huge amounts of money for a community like ours with, you know, our limited tax base. That's $32 million estimate. I'd like to just know a little bit more, or the public would probably like to know a little bit more about, you know, what are the alternatives for paying for this, and how do we plan to deal with that amount of money?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, the staff is currently looking to exploring any opportunities to fund this project, including considering some portion to be funded through borrowing. We'll look into that and we'll present that to council for consideration.
I see borrowing because that pump station would presumably be active for many, many years. And that is related to the western side of the municipality, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, my second question relates to the tiers, the different tiers that we have for water usage. So have we made any changes to the amounts that we charge for the different tiers? There's 4 different tiers of water usage.
Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, the current financial model that we have at the moment considers the higher rate increases for tier 3 and tier 4, specifically the significant higher rate for tier 4s. So this proposed revenue requirement is based on having a higher increases in tier 4.
That's for 2026.
That is for 2026. That is
Okay.
correct. You already have that as part of the financial forecast model. We looked into that further, and I'm confirming that our model includes that.
But that's not in the report.
No, that is not included in the report. You're right.
Okay, but the model that you're using to create this report and make this recommendation is an increase in the higher tiers.
Yes, that is correct. That is a significant higher rate increase for tier 4.
Okay.
Through the mayor, to if maybe I'll just build on what Ms. Mansouri is saying. So each of the tiers has an increase as a result of the revenue requirements for the utility, but there are more significant or heavily weighted increases in tiers 3 and 4. But you're quite right, we don't include that level of detail in the report, but we'll sort of take that away and can either provide some follow-up information or consider including for reports in future years.
Okay, so in other words, the more water you use, the more you need to pay because it's generally on a volume basis. But this also means that the more you use over a certain amount, you're going to pay an extra bonus amount if you're using
That's right.
really quite a bit. You know, if you have a swimming pool or you take 2-hour showers or whatever. Okay, thank you.
You, just for council's information, I know obviously all of you know I serve as the vice chair of Metro Water, and we are looking at the long-term capital because the delivery of high quality drinking water throughout Metro Vancouver is a major undertaking, and it's done extremely well. One of the big influencers, of course, as you've just said, Councilor Gambill, is all of our individual consumption. And West Vancouver leads Metro in being fully metered, and I'm pushing hard. We have probably an all-day workshop a week Wednesday to try and get the wheels in motion to have other municipalities, cities increase their metering, because if we can reduce our consumption across Metro, it can have huge savings in the future capital costs. I frequently tease my dear friend and our neighbor, Mayor Mike Little, because unlike West Vancouver, they don't have any meters in their community. And obviously that means their consumption is significantly higher. So if you're talking to any of your friends who live in other communities, you could say, is your water metered? And we can all just force them to think about it a little bit. Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I noticed and I know we're not talking about wastewater, but I noticed the service call for wastewater is increasing, I think, by a couple $100. And as I had a young gentleman come out to shut off my water on Saturday or Friday evening when I had a flood, I'm curious, what are the rates? Because I didn't see a reflection. Has that, is that rate increasing or is it staying the same? I would have slipped in under the line, of course, but I'm just curious because we did reflect a rate increase that was significant on wastewater.
Sorry, I think you.
For the after hours service calls.
Through the mayor to Councillor Watt. So that's a fee for service.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that's increased. It's not captured in the rates itself. It's separate in the same bylaw.
In the bylaw though.
I don't believe that was increased.
Yeah, we had in
Perhaps
the
it's
sewer and
mentioned.
drainage, it was mentioned in the report and I didn't see it in this one, so.
Yeah, for the waterworks regulation bylaw, we already have a fee for the service calls and after hour calls as well, that there won't be any impact or any increase considering all these rates, no changes to those ones. For the sewer and drainage utility regulation bylaw, we don't have, currently in the bylaw, we don't have the fee call or even after hour calls. So part of the recommendation that has been provided as part of this package is adding those kind of fees into the service charges in Schedule C of the bylaw.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm glad to be contributing to our water fund this week.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, please.
Mayor Sager, perhaps at your meeting that you're having, that you could state that those municipalities that do not have meters should pay more for their water.
That is part of the discussion.
Yes, let's incentivize them to install the meters. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Thank you. Ms. Mansouri, you're doing the next as well?
Yes.
Thank you. The sewer and drainage utility update and proposed rates.
Regarding the sewer utility, I'd like to emphasize that the sewer utility addresses both sanitary and drainage in the municipality, which conveys, treats, and disposes of sanitary sewage effluent and storm runoff for residents and businesses within the municipality. In today's presentation, I will outline the proposed 5-year financial plan with a particular focus on the funding requirements for 2026. However, before we get into a specific of that, I will first provide background on the hybrid funding approach, which was adopted by Council in 2024 and is being used to recover the incremental costs associated with the new North Shore wastewater treatment plant, which is a Metro Vancouver facility and a significant cost driver for the utility. As you may recall, the original cost projected for the new North Shore wastewater treatment plant was $700 million. That was later increased to $1.058 billion. And then in 2024, the Metro Vancouver Board approved a further cost allocation increase of $2.8 billion, bringing the total project budget to $3.86 billion. In response to this substantial cost increase, staff analyzed various funding scenarios leading to a council resolution in November 2024 to establish the North Shore wastewater treatment plant levy to recover the incremental costs. This approach combines the use of sewer fund rate increases for the $1.058 billion base cost of the project, along with the property value tax levy for the incremental portion. It also allows for the tax deferral of the incremental portion if eligible ratepayers desire. For the incremental cost of the North Shore wastewater treatment plant, the levy for single-family dwelling assessed at $3.68 million, the average value in West Vancouver would be approximately $328 in 2026. This amount would increase incrementally each year over a 5-year phasing period starting in 2025 and is expected to reach approximately $968 by 2029. These figures are calculated based on the 2025 assessment values, and assessment values do change each year, so these numbers may fluctuate. In the next couple of slides, I'll be presenting the 5-year financial plan and the 2026 proposed utility fund requirements. As mentioned earlier, the sewer utility addresses both sanitary and drainage in the municipality. The collected fees go directly towards providing sewer and drainage services and can be broken down into 6 main areas. 1, regional sewage treatment levy from Metro Vancouver, the Greater Vancouver Sewerage and Drainage District. 2, operation and maintenance of the sanitary sewer system, including the district-owned Citrus Wind wastewater treatment plant. 3, operation and maintenance of the storm and drainage system. 4, renewal of the sanitary sewer system, including infrastructure management capital. 5, renewal of the drainage system. And lastly, financing of vehicle and equipment associated with these functions. This pie chart shows the breakdown of the 2026 proposed rate-funded expenses. This is the 5-year financial plan for sewer. We'll focus on 2026 for this meeting. The 2026 needs of the combined utility budget is approximately $40.8 million, a $5.5 million increase over the 2025 budgeted expenditures. Overall, 2026 rate reflects a 3.2% increase in the sewer utilities revenue requirement. This increase covers funding for both local system expenditures and the regional sewer levy expenditures, excluding the incremental cost of the North Shore wastewater treatment plant. The rates reflect the hybrid cost recovery approach discussed earlier. As part of the 5-year financial plan, please note that the regional rate increases presented here reflect the adjusted figures with the application of additional revenue collected for rate smoothing in the past 6 years. At Council's direction, staff have been increasing the regional portion of the utility rates over several years to build a reserve intended to help smooth the anticipated cost increase associated with the new North Shore wastewater treatment plant. We currently have $4.7 million set aside for rate smoothing. Like the water one, this chart shows the percentage of single-family household, which will see a range of dollar increase for the sewer rates. The presented 2026 rate increases will result in a median single-family household bill increase of $63 over 2025, with a per annum total of $1,688. Again, this means that about 50% of people will see less than the cited median amount and 50% will see more than the cited median amount. The annual charge for the average multifamily unit in 2026 is $398, which represent an increase of $15 over 2025. These tables here show the breakdown of the increases presented in the previous slide, including drainage, local sewer, and the regional sewer based on the land use. $63 for median single family and $15 for average multifamily unit. This slide shows the total impact associated with the sewer and drainage utility. It includes both the rate impacts discussed on the previous slide and the impacts from the North Shore Wastewater Treatment Plant levy related to incremental costs. For a median single family household, the total impact is $214, while the average multifamily unit would see an impact of $84 over 2025. This slide shows the total household impact in 2026, including solid waste, water utility, sewer, and drainage based on the land use. The total impact for a median single-family dwelling is $254, and for an average multifamily unit is $97. This slide shows the recommendation. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy if there is any
Thank you, Ms. Mansouri. Thank you very much. Councillor Snyder, could I ask for a motion, please?
Yes, I'd like to recommend that the sewer and drainage utility update and proposed 2026 rates be approved as written.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. And I should just say to members of the community that on December 1st, we've invited Jerry Dobrevoni, who's the CAO of Metro Vancouver, to come before us, an opportunity to share with you our questions. Obviously, I sit on the board, so I'm very familiar with this issue and the reason it happened, but it would be an opportunity for members of the public who don't have that same access to be here and to listen to the questions and answers. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. One
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Do you mind? I'll be quick.
Thanks.
Thank you. I owe you. Just one question that comes up often, and I realize I don't have clarity myself. How do you define a median household? And also, do all municipalities qualify the same way? And I'm thinking more of Metro because they often talk about the median household usage. Is it in volume? Is it in number of?
It would be based on the average assessed value. I think the median.
Is it
that would be
value of
the
a
median
house?
of homes in West Van.
Through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, are you asking about the average value of the properties that are presented in that slide?
What I'm asking is because you give a price per median household, is that based on a value or how do you qualify medium?
Median single family means that any property that has the demand based on the or beyond 50% of the total.
Our director. Through the mayor to Councillor Thompson. So you mentioned Metro Vancouver. So they use an average household cost when they're talking about increases. And in West Vancouver, because we are universally metered, we use water as a proxy. So the user pay principle, what you consume for water, you pay for. And we use that consumption as a proxy for
sewer and what you pay for your sewage and drainage utility. And so I think what you're asking in terms of the way we've expressed it here is because of the way we bill as a useful comparator, we're just showing that the median single family household year over year is paying X dollars more on their sewer utility bill, and the median itself is just representative of 50% of all of the single family properties with that service are paying more, will be paying more, but 50% will be paying less. So it's just a base comparator. Whereas because of the way we bill for multifamily, we use average. But I'm happy to follow up with a bit. I mean, it's a little bit of a circuitous sort of thing to follow in terms of how we express it and what we're comparing. But
I think I actually follow you. But just to follow up, do you? I think I heard you measure it differently than Metro because we are metered. That you have a different.
Well, we express it differently than Metro. So Metro's average households consumption, and yes, we do. It's separate, and one of the reasons that we take a different approach in expressing the parameters that we're providing is because it's metered, and we're using that metered volume for water as a proxy to bill your sewer rather than a flat rate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Cassidy.
I'm not sure if I helped.
Well, as everyone knows, I am the council representative to liquid waste at Metro Vancouver. And I want to continue to drill the point home, not that I'm on that board, but our committee, pardon me, but the fact that they're beginning another surfactant campaign. And this is particularly relevant to West Vancouver, to the North Shore, actually, because we only have a primary treatment plant for our wastewater. And so if you do not wash your clothes in cold water and use half the detergent stated, because we are soft water here, then what you're doing is you're spewing out those surfactants into the ocean and you're killing the fish. So all it has to do in the marine life, all you have to do is wash your clothes in cold water and use half the amount of detergent prescribed on the container. Again, because we have soft water here. So it's been successful in previously these campaigns, but they particularly want to address the North Shore because of that fact. So please, little we can do goes a long way. Thank you.
Excellent reminder. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Watt.
Yeah. So we received an email from a member of the public, and there's been a few emails floating back and forth, and Ms. Muller sent us a response and suggested that I refer to, or any councillors curious, refer to our Director of Finance. So the question just pertained to the reporting, how it's reported. I'll just read some of the text. So the water utility fund in the 5-year financial plan, the opening and ending balances in the reserve fund, and this is the letter writer, not my language, but contradicts the second quarter financial report 2025 reserve fund opening and ending balances for budget and projected year-end position as at December 31st, 2025. And I'm just trying to understand, it's seems to be a complex question, but I'm just wondering if Ms. Gordon is able to, Director Gordon is able to explain.
Awfully nice of you to be here this evening.
Yeah, and I did pose this in an email, but of course the letter came in on the weekend, and here we are, Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who may not have heard the sad news, Ms. Gordon is retiring at the end of this year, and we are going to miss her a great deal.
That's why I asked the question, so you could come on
But
out.
here she is, dedicated and coming out on a Monday night when, anyway, nice to see you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Watt, through Your Worship. What we're dealing with here is the timing, two things. There's a timing difference in the issue of these two reports, and there's also two different purposes for the reports. One report is the quarterly report, so it's looking at what's happening right now. The other one is the budget, which is a forecast.
Yeah.
So the forecasts, excuse me, are routinely updated. And when we have, as we get better information, so those numbers are not going to be the same. And the gentleman who wrote to us was basically insisting that they should be reconciled, but they're really two different numbers. So I think that we will do our best to try to figure out where he is getting his numbers from. And but we're not going to be able to make the two numbers the same, and they're actually for two different purposes. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli.
Two questions, but perhaps they both refer to the hot seat, so don't go anywhere. I'm focusing on the wastewater treatment plant costs, and am I recalling correctly that the estimates for those costs are amortized over 30 years now? Do you know if that's the case?
That is one of the concessions, I guess, that was agreed to by the Metro Board. They have had the past practice of amortizing over 15 years, which lowers the amount of interest that's paid in total, but greatly increases the amount that has to be paid every year. And so in this particular case, they saw their way clear to amortizing over 30 years.
Okay.
So they have done that, yes.
Any chance that they want to extend that, do you think?
That not a question I could answer.
I
That's a
I
question
wonder.
I think,
for Mr. Dobrovolny, possibly.
We already
I
had that
think,
discussion.
Councillor Gambioli, I continue to remain optimistic that within the next year and a bit, the Metro Board is becoming more sympathetic to this situation. And I remain optimistic that a more equitable solution will be found for the long term.
So on that note, so the number on this chart that's currently on the screen, so the wastewater levy, the median for 2026 would be approximately $328 for the median household. And so what we're saying is that people who qualify can defer that amount. That's why, part of the reason why it's separated out. So could you or somebody just remind us, how do you qualify to defer?
There's several different ways you can qualify, but the main one relates to senior citizens. If you're 55 or older, and you have to have a certain amount of equity in your property. But that's generally not a problem for people 55 and older. And then you apply to the province, and it's a provincial program, so it's not a program that the district actually administers. You apply to the province. What the province does is then, if you're accepted into the program, they will pay the taxes that are owing on the property, and then charge that basically as a loan against, or a lien against the house or the property. And when the property is sold or changes hands, that amount must be repaid. So this is basically a loan from the province to the individual taxpayer. But we have over 3,000 rolls in West Vancouver that do take advantage of that.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you. A question was struck in me in that conversation. I think we have a lot of citizens who are grateful that we craft this expense in the way that they can defer it, which seems to be working well in the short term. Do you see any problems with continuing this deferral option long term?
Not from the municipality's point of view.
Not from the municipality's point of view, unless, in fact, it is raised by the province as some sort of an issue, but so far that has not happened. And for the individual taxpayers, it's really up to them to make a decision as to whether they're comfortable having this amount as a loan from the province and a lien against their property. But for most of the situations where we have looked at, it has not been a problem because the equity in the property is quite a bit more than anything that comes. But I suppose if it went on and on for 20, 30 years, you might want to have to take a look at it. And the province do have rules about, they would stop making the loan if they felt that it had become too great a percentage of the overall values of the property. So there's a lot of factors in play there, but it's really up to the individual property owner to consider. It will, you can continue with it basically almost automatically, but in fact, you have to reapply every year. So it's not as if you can just ignore what's happening there.
Well, and I think a few years ago, if not during COVID, there was quite a big increase in that deferral rate within the province. Do you know where it's at right now?
Province-wide? No, sorry, I would have to look into that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Whether there's been, but it would not be surprising, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Contrary is carried. Thank you. Ms. Gordon, you're going to have to forgive me because there's only 2 more meetings before the end of this year. And so every opportunity I get, I want to say on behalf of all of us in West Vancouver, thank you. Ms. Gordon leaves our municipality in very fine financial shape, and she's put a great deal of effort into doing so. And I want to make sure we take every opportunity to say thank you.
Thank you.
Pay Parking Community Partner Pass. Ms. Mansouri, thanks very much for that this evening. Thank you. Ms. Lawler, thank you for joining us this evening. We're going to talk a little bit about pay parking. Has anybody heard about that?
Not today, though.
All right, lovely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here this evening to bring forward a recommendation to create a community partner pass to support the qualifying nonprofits whose non-resident volunteers and staff rely on access to Ambleside Park. While parking fees in Ambleside Park have recently been reduced, several nonprofit organizations have expressed concerns about pay parking, as these groups depend on non-resident volunteers and staff. The hourly parking costs may create a barrier to recruiting and retaining people essential to delivering their services. Council gave direction earlier this month for staff to explore the feasibility of creating a low-cost monthly community partner pass for qualifying nonprofits set at $20 per month to begin, and for staff to begin negotiations with MPark. The community partner pass would be valid for non-residents, volunteers, and staff only while actively volunteering or working in Ambleside Park. This is similar to other municipalities who have a reduced monthly pass option for volunteers. The following nonprofits are likely to benefit: West Vancouver Football Club, Field Hockey Club, Sea to Sky Field Hockey, Little League Baseball, North Shore Baseball, Hollyburn Sailing Club, and potentially the West Vancouver Farmers Market. Based on the current residency rates received by the nonprofit staff estimate, this may include up to 130 people. To determine eligibility, staff have developed a matrix that aligns with the principles of the permissive tax exemption. Each approved organization will receive a limited number of passes, and it will be their responsibility to allocate them amongst their volunteers and staff. This will be reviewed seasonally with staff and should align with the non-resident participation levels for their organization. While the community partner pass will generate some revenue, it will also result in a decrease in the overall paid parking revenue compared to the full parking fees. Based on a proposed rate of $20 per month and an average 6-month participation period, staff estimate the total annual revenue to be approximately $15,600, with the district projected to receive around $11,500 annually after accounting for taxes and fees. Staff will work with Impark to finalize the program costs, as there may be an additional fee for the monthly pass and the administrative processes and implementation details. Overall, the anticipated revenue impact is modest and reflects an investment in supporting our volunteers and nonprofit partners and community programming in Ambleside Park. That concludes my presentation. If there's any
Thanks very
questions.
much. I'll ask Councillor Watt if she'd be kind enough to make a motion.
I'd like to recommend that staff finalize negotiation with Impark on a community partner parking pass, and that staff prepare a fees and charges bylaw amendment to include a community, excuse me, partner parking pass at a cost of $20 per month for the December 1, 2025 regular council meeting for council's consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Do we have speakers?
We have one member of the public signed up to speak to this item, Ruth
Thanks.
Burr.
Ms. Burr, great to see you tonight. And for those of you in the audience who don't know this wonderful person who's coming to address us, she is a force in our community, and thanks to her efforts and that of her association, we're getting a great new indoor soccer bubble under construction right now.
That's right, we are. So great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lovely to see you. Happy birthday, Councillor Gambioli. I'm sorry you're having to spend it here, but hopefully there's a cake waiting for you at the end. This parking pass is a great suggestion, and we support it in as much as for something like baseball and things like that, which are a shorter program, it's really, really great. I still have some concerns for West Van FC. Idealistically, I see Ambleside as the third place for our youth. First place is home. Second place is school. For adults, it would be work. And third is Ambleside, where you can go and chat and have a marvelous time and complain about your parents and complain about school and exercise. And life is wonderful when you are a youth. The numbers of kids hanging around before and after our fields, after practices on our fields, really declined, obviously, after the pandemic, but we're starting to see those numbers come up. 33% of our youth players are not from West Van. So the early stats for us are something like, oh no, they're exactly 1,269 youth, 843 are West Van. And if I take an average program of cost of $300 per participant, non-West Van players are paying our club $127,000 in a season. The 10 months our season runs, if you do programs in the summer, it's 12. The pass at $20 a month is now $200 a year, assuming they only have one car. We had a lot of big pushback when the notice about parking came out. It's perhaps reduced because that was when the cost was higher. But we had many of our adult teams players, members saying they'd leave next season and go to North Van FC or North Shore Girls. Our women's over 30 have petitioned their league to not schedule games at Ambleside due to the paid parking. Upwards of 3 to 4 of our women's teams, age 45 plus, don't want to return to play out of West Van FC due to paid parking. That's potentially 100 plus women leaving our community and club to play soccer elsewhere. Our women's Division 2 players have said they'll go play at North Shore Girls next season, either as team or individual. And they're at Ambleside upwards of 10 to 15 hours monthly. Our men's over 45 and 55s are looking at their options and are possibly seriously considering moving on. It's a big concern for us because unfortunately West Van has paid parking before both North Van City and North Van District. And our two competing clubs on the other side don't charge for parking yet. So the paid parking pass is great. Our club isn't in a position to buy the many thousands of dollars we'd need to get parking passes for all of these people.
That's
Many
time,
as-
ma'am.
Sorry, many, as we've mentioned, are volunteers for our clubs. A lot of the North Van players are from right along the Capilano River. We are simply logistically close. We also have the issue where some Bowen Island players and Lions Bay are part of the West Van school system, and as such are bused to Rockridge. And then after school, they maybe come down to the field, they hang out, they have practice, and then mom and dad have to drive out and meet them there and take them back home. BC Ferries acknowledges that Bowen kids are sort of part of West Van because the child who plays sport in West Van does not have to pay a BC Ferries fee. So we're not opposed to this pass, but we are still concerned about the effect that this is still going to have on West Van FC. If there's a possibility to chat about this further, certainly I know West Van staff have reached out, and we've sort of gotten feedback since some of our initial conversations. And I think that's all I have to say. We appreciate all your support, but yeah, we are still deeply concerned about the impact that this is going to have on our club, given how many of our people are still outside of the West Van catchment. That's it.
Thanks very much.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
I'm quite confident that Ms. Lawler and our park staff will work with you to monitor this. Obviously, we don't want to see it adversely affect your fabulous club.
Because we have a bubble to build.
You have a bubble.
We have a
to
bubble to
build.
build.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Excuse me, I just have a question for yourself. So are these individuals, so you say they're examining these, I'm assuming the clubs or individuals are examining their options for elsewhere in North Vancouver. Are we talking about individuals who are playing, or are we talking about clubs that would be playing on the fields?
We have, have been very lucky. We've gotten 3 or 4 female teams over the past 5 years
teams.
who have come to us, probably from North Shore Girls.
Okay.
And so they might go back.
Okay, and why would they want to play in Ambleside, which is further from home, rather than in North Vancouver? Is there a particular
Because
advantage?
We have some fantastic coaches.
Okay, and great fields?
And
or-
we're amazing. And yes, I mean, we have gorgeous fields. We're right next to Park Royal Mall, which is great before and after. If there's somewhere you wanted to go, there's some great places to go for a drink and things like that. But a lot of it has to do with, I think they feel they get a level of support from West Van FC that perhaps they don't get other places.
And what age range are we talking about here, please?
For the adults?
No, well, you're talking about young girls and being close to Park Royal, or are these adults we're talking about?
So we have both. So we
Okay.
have, in terms of our adults, we have a women over 30 team. We have a women's division team, which are also adults. We have men's over 5 and over 55. In terms of youth, we have 426 that are not from West Van. 26 of those are from Bowen, 26 from Lions Bay. So the rest of them are majority North Van. And they come to us sometimes because they were not put on the team they wanted to be put on in North Van. Maybe they don't have a fit with the coach. Some parents maybe work close to West Van and there's something logistically easy about that. And as I said, some people live very close to the river. So they're very, very close to our side, as opposed to having to go all the way to Sutherland or Carson Graham to some of the other fields in North Van.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you for assembling and delivering all that information. It's humbling,
welcome.
to say the least, but it's interesting too, and it's really helpful.
Okay.
I'd like to ask that you perhaps submit that in writing to ourselves and staff.
Certainly.
And I think we all recognize how complicated this is, and that type of data is going to really help us assess and reassess as we move forward and try and land this well. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Gambioli, please.
So my question is actually for our staff. But thank you. That was important information from
Ms. Lawler?
West Van FC. So I just wonder about sort of comparing with other municipalities at the moment for this kind of thing and you know, pay parking in general. I mean, I know it's working for me because I just carpooled with my friends on the weekend to a restaurant because we didn't want to take two cars and park twice, pay for parking twice in Lower Lonsdale. So, you know, it's working for North Van and it's causing less traffic actually. But so do we have any comparators in other places that are doing this kind of community partner pass, et cetera?
Certainly, through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, our friends in the city of Vancouver also have a similar friends and family parking pass for community partners that volunteer within the parks.
Okay, and is it the same price?
It's a little bit higher than our proposed price.
It's higher than $20 a month.
Yeah, they're around $30.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anything else that can help us with comparing or?
We
no?
don't have as many municipalities that are out there doing pay parking in parks, so the city of Vancouver is our comparator at this time.
Okay. We're ahead of the curve? Wow, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Sorry, one more question. Ms. Burr made the comment that the club couldn't afford to buy these community partner passes. How does it work exactly? Can the club, as far as who pays for it and how it's collected?
Through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, the community partner pass, it'll be up to the club or the individual how they would like to structure that. The fee will be $20 per individual for the volunteers or staff that are working in that area. The club may decide that they wish to pay that fee, or it may be the individual staff or volunteer that does that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll call a question. All in favor? Contrary, the motion's carried. Thanks very much, Ms. Lawler. Proposed amendment to our tree bylaw. Are we going to have a presentation on this? Ms. Keith, thanks for joining us this evening. This was the matter that was subject to a public hearing.
In addition, I'll also be speaking to the consideration of other bylaw amendments that were proposed by staff at that same council meeting and go into and provide a summary of them, which is all in support of the urban forest management plan. Okay, so just give a little background and direction as this has been happening over the last couple of months to where we're at today, and then go through the proposed new bylaw amendments and then the recommendations. So just to summarize, on September 15th, staff came forward with bylaw amendments or amendments to the tree bylaw. These included various housekeeping amendments and additions of definitions and clarifications, updates to the tree permitting process and requirements for arborist reports, new tree replacement requirements for tree removals, and further clarity on tree protection during construction activities. This was given first and second reading on September 15th. In addition to that, we also provided proposed amendments to the Boulevard bylaw and environmental reserve bylaw, also in support of the urban forest management plan. For the Boulevard bylaw, the amendments related to including additional permit or updating the permitting or permission requirements to do hedge work on a boulevard. And for the environmental reserve fund bylaw, the amendment was related to being able to divert compensation payments for tree planting over to the reserve fund bylaw to be able to use for planting on public lands. In addition, that same night, the first reading was given to a zoning bylaw amendment, which introduced minimum tree density requirements for properties post-development. So for any single-family development, there would be a requirement to maintain a certain number of trees or plant a certain number of trees on the property post-development. That bylaw amendment for the zoning bylaw went to a public hearing on October 20th. So on September 15th, following staff proposing those bylaw amendments, council passed a resolution, a new one to direct staff to amend the tree bylaw by lowering the tree protection size to 20 centimeters diameter for any new development, single family, multifamily, or commercial buildings that changes the building footprint for council consideration. So we're here tonight to propose this modified amendment prior to considering third reading for all of the bylaw amendments. So just, this is a summary right now of what is currently in the tree bylaw that is protected that trees are protected. So we have trees right now over 75 centimeters diameter. Replacement trees are protected, retained trees as defined under a development permit, heritage trees, trees within watercourse or foreshore protection areas. Certain species of trees are protected, trees with nests of active birds, certain species of birds, as well as ones that are protected under the provincial and federal acts, as well as any tree on land owned by the district. So all public land trees are protected. So the bylaw amendment proposed tonight in response to council's direction would add to that protected tree list any tree 20 centimeters or greater on a property that is being developed with at least one new dwelling or commercial building until the work under the required building permit is complete. So in other words, the lower tree protection size of 20 centimeters diameter versus what is currently protected at 75 centimeters in diameter will be enforced once a lot is undertaking development with a new residential or commercial building that requires a building permit or development permit. So typically, or for a development permit or a building permit application, a legal survey is required for the property, which would need to include an inventory of the trees as well as the size of the trees, and staff would use that to verify which trees were protected. So there's some considerations with this proposed amendment that staff wanted to provide tonight. We have observed through our tree canopy cover analysis that there is quite a bit of land clearing with the redevelopment of properties. This change could alleviate unnecessary land clearing in areas where structures are not going to be built. But it should be known that it wouldn't prevent an owner from removing trees from their property in advance of submitting a building permit application. There wouldn't be a mechanism for staff to be able to monitor what was there prior to receiving the building permit application and the land survey with the inventory of trees. It is important to note that even with this lower tree protected size, the tree bylaw does allow for trees to be removed within the permitted building envelope. So this change would not impact what a property owner is allowed to build on their property. So in a couple of scenarios, if the existing house is smaller than what the current zoning allows, you would expect just as many trees to be removed if the new building had a larger footprint, because they'd be expanding in size and likely would impact trees. That being said, if an existing house is similar to what the zoning allows and a new house is proposed, likely more trees would be retained because the building footprint would be the same and there'd be no reason to remove any other trees and no rationale for that. That being said, what we often see and work with contractors and property owners on is that there are some challenges with certain properties that require tree removals during development. And the tree bylaw does and will still have the ability to remove trees if there's no alternative to being able to build a house. And these often include constraints in access to small, narrow, or steeper lots. If a driveway is currently very steep and doesn't meet the driveway gradient specifications and need to be relocated, sometimes trees do need to be removed to accommodate that. And then the excavation activities around the perimeter of a house. We make every effort and work with contractors to alleviate that, but it sometimes is a requirement on smaller, more constrained lots. And so tree removals may still continue to be required because of this, even with the lower tree protection size. So with that, just to summarize where we've been over the last couple of months, the recommendations are to modify the tree bylaw amendments with the addition to this protected tree list of lowering the tree protection size of 20 centimeters diameter for redeveloping lots. Then to give third reading to the amended tree bylaw as modified, and then proceed to give third reading to the Boulevard Environmental Reserve Fund bylaws and second and third readings to the amended zoning bylaw. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Just before we go to questions, I'll ask for a motion to be put on the floor. Councillor Cassidy? And I understand there may be people who wish to speak, but I think it's best to speak to a motion.
Say as
As written, it's
read.
fine.
So I don't get to read them all.
The motion is written, and I
Okay,
believe
thank
members of
you.
the public
That
have
propo-
access to that
Thank
as
you.
well.
That proposed tree bylaw number 4892, 2016, amended bylaw 5373, 2025 be modified as written.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli. Thank you. And now an opportunity for members of the public who might wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Sego. We have three names on the speakers list. The first is Reiner Fassler, followed by Mary Gamel, followed by Corinne Van Dorn.
Thank
Reiner
you.
Fassler.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us this evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Reiner Fassler, and I live at 1114 Mathers Avenue, where my family has resided since 1969. From our home overlooking Ambleside and the westerly face of Sentinel Hill, I've watched a clear and steady decline of tree cover over the decades. Today, very few trees larger than 75 centimeters in diameter remain, the only ones currently protected by our bylaw. Given this reality, it is essential that we extend protection to trees 20 centimeters and larger in order to preserve the promised tree canopy. Over Thanksgiving, our three sons and their family joined us. What struck me most was the concern expressed by our four grandchildren, ages 16 to 24, about how the environmental choices we make today will shape their future. That is why I was disappointed that the councillors opposing the amendment did not acknowledge the connection between the tree bylaw and climate change. However, I do want to thank Councillor Cassidy for recognizing this crucial link. On another point, Councillor Thompson and Watt raised legitimate concerns about potential costs to developers when protected trees must be preserved. As an architect, having worked with Arthur Erickson for over 20 years and am still tutoring architecture students today, and while I do not want to interfere with the basic building department process, I believe that the councillor's concern can be addressed through a pre-design conference early in the review process. The developer or contractor would present the required tree survey together with preliminary building and ancillary building footprints and landscape plans showing patios, pools, driveway configuration. Small design adjustments can then be made collaboratively before the project advances. Early coordination can save trees and money. And with goodwill, these conflicts, I believe, can be resolved. I urge Council to act decisively and expand the protection to trees 20 centimeters and larger in diameter and larger, and preserve the green character that defines our community. The decisions you make now will shape the environmental legacy we leave for future generations. Thank you very much for considering this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Vassler. Thanks for joining us this evening. The next speaker.
The next speaker is Mary Gamel, followed by Corinne Van Dorn.
Ms. Hamill, thanks for coming out this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? It was hard to hear Reiner, so.
No, we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Mary Gamel, a resident of West Vancouver, a member of the Urban Tree Alliance. I'm here to support the proposed tree bylaw to update the definition of a protected tree to include any tree 20 centimeters or greater DBH on development lots. I'm here to ask Council to do please likewise. Trees are part of our natural assets and therefore should be protected by law. This bylaw will affect about 40 single-family development lots each year and will have no financial implications, as previously noted by Mr. Bailey and Ms. Keith. In 2024, the final draft of the Urban Forest Management Plan was delivered with a vision of achieving a 52% canopy cover by 2036. One of its many recommendations was for West Vancouver to consider protecting trees 20 centimeters and greater DBH on development lots. The majority of municipalities in the Lower Mainland are now protecting trees greater than 20 centimeters on all residential lots. I also want to address a couple of concerns. Firstly, overreach of regulations on private property. In fact, protecting mature trees will benefit new developments. The developments will be more resilient, and it is a more cost-effective approach in mitigating some of the extremes of weather, such as heat and flooding. Likewise, the neighboring homes and neighborhood will be less impacted by the new construction. If new homes are built within the context of the existing mature trees, vegetation, and topography, there'll be less negative consequences on the community and the environment. Secondly, the concern of hazard trees has been raised, but the municipality takes safety very seriously. It has safeguards in place to address hazardous trees on both public and private lots. There are policies in place and permits are expedited for tree removal when urgent issues of safety arise. In conclusion, it is well known that extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more severe. Building with nature will make our community more resilient. Cities are increasingly adopting nature-first approach, using green infrastructure and finding it to be an efficient and cost-effective approach in dealing with the effects of extreme weather events. As development increases in our community, we must also use green infrastructure and most importantly, continue to protect our mature trees.
That's time, ma'am.
West Vancouver should adopt a nature-first approach. Protecting trees 20 centimeters and greater is a significant step forward in this direction.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Neville. Thank you.
And the last speaker on our list is approaching the podium, Corinne Van Doorn.
Ms. Van Doorn, thanks for joining us this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Corinne Van Doorn and I live in West Vancouver for the last 25 years. I support the tree and zoning bylaws that are being considered tonight. Having observed newly developed lots in our district where every blade of grass is destroyed prior to development, I welcome bylaws maintaining and increasing trees. In addition to the long list of benefits associated with protecting our tree canopy, I would like to highlight a few specific benefits related to the motions. First, they're achievable as many existing properties are already exceeding the minimum tree density. Two, the changes will begin to grow canopy in areas where tree density is low and therefore ensures equitable distribution of canopy across the district. Three, it incentivizes tree retention on developing lots. And four, it does not penalize properties that have many trees. And of course, the biggest upside of all is that the new bylaws help reach the district's tree canopy cover target. Please vote in favor of these motions.
Thanks very much. Seeing no discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, discussion. Sorry, I didn't see any mics lit out. No, that was it for our speakers tonight.
Okay.
Councilor Snyder, please.
Thank you. I do have a few questions for staff. I guess a couple of the concerns that I do very much support much of the bylaw amendments, the Environment Reserve Fund, the bylaws, the rezoning. I do have some concerns though with the tree bylaw amendments that are being proposed. And I guess one of them is in regards to, it's almost appears to be a contradiction with the urban fire management program. And the reason I raised that is because if you, I have taken a look at the wildfire hazard program, and one of the requirements in the landscaping and maintenance that was adopted by the wildfire hazard DP area was that no conifer tree species should be planted or allowed basically within 10 meters of any building. So I guess the concern is if somebody is coming forward with a redevelopment and there is a tree that is 20 centimeters or greater, and it's being forced to be retained in the area if it falls outside the permitted area, it seems to be contrary to the wildfire hazard DP, which is suggesting that really anything within 10 meters, I believe, should be removed.
Ms. Keith?
To Councillor Snyder, for the wildfire hazard development permit, we rely on a wildfire qualified professional to assess the property to make recommendations to reduce the risk of wildfire or risk of fire to that property. So some of them would include landscaping. Our wildfire guidelines are really focused around not planting new coniferous trees. So there is a tree species list that is proposed that specifically for those properties in the wildfire development permit area. With respect to the full removal of a tree for wildfire risk, we have been working with our wildfire professionals on the North Shore for quite a while, and it's our understanding that if there is right beside the house and it's immediate zone, there may be rationale that needs to be removed, but oftentimes those larger trees can be pruned away or raised in canopy and not full removal. And so that is what we're trying to work towards on a lot of our properties. We don't see, right now trees are removed on those properties because they can be, but it's often the protected the trees right now. We work with the wildfire professionals to really maintain those trees, prune them, raise the ladder fuels in order to reduce the wildfire risk. And then not planting any new coniferous trees, which is really key.
Okay, fair enough. I guess one of the concerns is if you have a developer, somebody coming to redevelop a home and the envelope of the existing home has to be increased because the zoning of the lot allows it to be increased and it moves it within an area closer to a tree that's 20 centimeters or greater. I'm guessing that, again, I'm a little concerned about the overreach of the regulations just because of the number of professionals that now have to be retained. Because like you mentioned, you have specialists that for the wildfire DP that have to come in and provide a report. Then the developer or the resident, whoever it may be, has to hire the cost of an arborist. And so I'm just a little concerned about the added cost that's being put on development or redevelopment of some of these sites. I'm a huge supporter of the trees. I live in the western part. I'm quite fortunate. We have a very significant tree canopy, more so in the western region. But I guess the real concern is financial, constant regulations and increasing costs on redevelopment. And I guess I'll let you finish that one. I'll answer that one first. Sorry, before I.
I mean, there could be increasing costs often if you're speaking to the wildfire specifically, they do often have to engage with both an arborist and a wildfire consultant for those sites. So we do see that normally. There could be an increased cost to assess more additional trees. If you have more protected trees on your property that you're proposing to remove, it will be an additional cost for a permit and the arborist report, whereas right now those trees would not require an arborist report or a permit to remove. That is the case, but there is also the incentive then to try to retain as many trees as possible, and therefore you wouldn't be paying for a permit and you wouldn't be paying for additional landscaping and you'd be meeting your tree density requirements. So there's some incentives to, if you do retain the trees, then you're meeting all the other requirements.
Right. I do appreciate the idea of retaining trees without a doubt. I guess next question is our permit fee charged based on each tree?
So through the mayor to Councillor Snyder, right now the permit fees are, it's $325 for one tree removal or for pruning of a protected tree. For each additional tree that's proposed for removal, it's an additional $120 for the permit. So it increases with more trees added to the permit.
Okay, so if you had somebody that purchased a lot that was being underutilized and was not clearly fulfilling the size of the lot that it's zoned for, there could be a significant number of trees that potentially would have to come down for the footprint of any new development. And that could be quite a significant. I sort of recall a couple of years ago when you first brought forward the urban forest management plan to us, there was some discussion early on that if I recall correctly, you did indicate that there could be an added cost. And I know that one of the speakers mentioned that there'd be no financial impact or cost to the district. And I recall in previous discussions, I'm going to say probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, discussions around just the added cost of being able to manage all of these. Is that not a reality that there could be an added cost to the district?
So through the mayor to Councillor Snyder, staff are proposing bylaw amendments that are can be managed by existing staff right now. There are a lot of recommendations in the urban forest management plan that if we added them all up at the same time, we likely would need to have additional staff or resources to accommodate. But we're taking a slower approach to amendments to ensure that the Planning, Development, Environmental Services Department can manage these. And we'll have to monitor over time to see. Right now, the number of permits for new houses is not as high as it was several years ago. So I think we're able to accommodate it right now, and we can report back and see.
Okay, so I guess one of the other concerns is I know that there's a lot of push on for development. I mean, we've heard the housing, we've seen the OCP earlier today. And there's, this push on to continue to develop, which means obviously more builds, more construction. And I know that you had mentioned in your report that one of the considerations could potentially be the delay of permittings and slowing things. I know that Mr. Bailey and the whole department has done a great job of reducing the amount of wait time on permits, but it is sort of recognized in your report that that could have an impact, especially as time goes. I appreciate there's not a lot of permits today, but we don't know what 5 years from now holds as far as the number of permits come in. Is that something that is a serious concern as far as the timing goes?
I mean, right now, if a tree permit application comes in with a building permit and it's straightforward enough that the trees that are being proposed for removal are within the permitted building envelope, the tree permits can be done fairly quickly and with the building permit application. If you're looking at often what slows down the issuing of a tree permit going along with the building permit is if their proposed tree removals doesn't align with rationale for removal, such as you want to build an accessory structure or a retaining wall or moving your driveway and need to remove a protected tree, and that tends to slow the back and forth down, and it could hold up the building permit. I think generally over the years, we continue to work with our architects and contractors to try to avoid those. And I think there's some level of understanding that's improving over time as we work with the same ones. But, right now we're accommodating it, and it doesn't, from Mr. Bailey's perspective, I think they're moving along without delay. Again, if we're seeing that it's slowing down because of these changes, then we would need to relook at how we do the permits.
Okay, and I guess my last comment is just more so just a comment that arises, even in the analysis that you had presented, that basically a homeowner could go down and take down these trees tomorrow and then apply for a permit, a development permit of some sort. So I wonder how much teeth this really does have. I mean, if anybody who is in the development world is going to realize this pretty darn quickly, that all of a sudden, before they even apply for a permit, they can go and cut down any tree that they essentially want up to 75 centimeters. And so I just wonder if all of this is we're just adding a whole bunch of layers on regulations and what have you that really may not have much of an impact.
That's a fair point. I mean, I think often people get their legal surveys of their properties done well before they start designing the house and applying for their building permit. There is a lag of time, and that the survey would capture, but you're right. It may, I think generally this is a move to help retain some trees. I don't know how many people would actually go the direction of clearing their land before they, but you're right, it's a fair point.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, please.
Okay, so I was on council 2014 to 2018 when we brought in the first tree bylaw. And so one of the comments I would like to make, even though this is further to Councillor Snyder's point, even though this is in advance of a building permit, or you could conceivably go and cut that lot, I would like to be this implemented, if it's passed tonight, immediately. And then we begin the process of figuring out how we are going to, obviously you can, when you survey a lot, they still have the tree stump. And so you can get them there. Okay, you go there, they get the building permit, you count the tree stumps. Pretty simple on that one. But I remember in advance of 2018, some tree removal companies were literally working 24 hours a day to chop down those trees. It was heartbreaking. So I would like this implemented immediately. And then the next step is when you apply for your building permit, that a survey is done and those tree stumps are counted. So also, when I was going through our various emails, a number of individuals commented on that also we need to put in this where houses are doing renovations, because with the increasing cost of housing, a lot of people are just choosing to renovate their house and increase the size. So that's another point I would like to make. And to Councillor Snyder's point, when I was on council in 2014 and 2018, through that period, people were coming in here to speak to us and they were in tears. They were living in the Altamont area and those lots were being clear cut. They were being decimated. People were coming in, their lot was clear cut, and then the individual doing the building would come and dump all sorts of soil so they would raise the height of the brand new house. It was really quite something to see. So I agree with this motion. As I said, I've traveled to countries where there is virtually no trees, and they're doing everything possible on their limited incomes in those countries to stick in trees. So they're the lungs and they're the shelter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cassidy. Councillor Watt, please.
Thank you so much for all your work on this report and for all the feedback from everybody along the way. And I just have one very simple question that I seem to ask a lot. Boulevards, cutting versus trimming. What is the difference? Because once again, today I saw one of my neighbors trimming on a ladder and I see that so often everywhere. And if we're talking about trimming, I don't think we have the resources to be permitting everybody standing on a ladder trimming their hedge. So trimming versus cutting, what's the line?
So through the mayor to Councillor Watt, I spent quite a bit of time with our arborists over the last couple of weeks discussing this. Our arborists have been with us for several years now. They're quite familiar with most of the hedges. They work quite a bit with residents in terms of residents notifying them of when they're trimming. It's very obvious to them. A well-shaped hedge and a well-maintained hedge is very noticeable compared to one that's quite overgrown, and many people can do trimming. We often look at if you're able to use your own tools and trim your hedges, then that doesn't require a permit. Where we require a permit is when there's significant work, they're proposing to cut the hedge back by 50%. Or quite a bit to alter sort of the look of the hedge. It hasn't been done in many, many years. And that's when a permit, and they need to use an actual professional contractor or arborist to actually do the work. That's when a permit or permit would be required for the work.
Thank you. You have put my mind at ease.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. Just to carry on with the hedge, it seems a bit counterintuitive because the hedges that are problematic are the ones that need a lot of work, right? And it's hard to get people to take down these hedges, and you add in that permitting cost and time process. I just fear that that's going to stop people. I wish we had another mechanism for encouraging people to keep hedges trimmed back, like a certain can't grow within 6 inches of a sight line or road view line. I think this is a big problem up the properties. So, you know, whereas people who do take care of their hedges for aesthetic reasons, that's great, but I think the real problem are the overgrown ones. But my question was actually in a comment you made about protecting trees at 20 centimeters, and yet when on a development site, and yet, sorry, I'm trying to qualify this. Unless you can't build or put a driveway in a better area, it seems like a very subjective measure that's going to be very problematic. Because, you know, I just wonder who's going to be determining if someone designs a home that requires a tree to be taken out. Who decides what changes need to happen in order to preserve the tree that's there, and what is considered reasonable?
So through the mayor to Councillor Thompson. So just walking through a couple of scenarios. So we have regulations as to what grade or a gradient the driveway needs to be now. And so and how steep it needs to be when it comes across the boulevard. So often, and I'll take, for example, you know, up in the British properties where there's some very steep existing driveways that are very old and they're going to redevelop, they need to sometimes change the way the driveway is coming onto the property and to meet the driveway specifications, or else they won't get their building permit. And so in those cases, if that means that a tree needs to be removed, either on the boulevard or on private property, you know, staff work together and we discuss, we're all in the same department, and it's understandable that the tree may need to be removed because there's no other alternative to meet our other bylaw requirements. And so we need to, but there are some cases where a driveway is just proposed in an area, not to meet any specifications, but they'd prefer it there. And if that means the removal of a protected tree, then there is some back and forth. We do have under the tree bylaw right now, and it has been there, that the director and the arborist can request the relocation of a driveway to protect this tree. And then it would be up to the applicant and their architect and their builders to rationalize or redesign to accommodate both. And that has slowed down permits in the past. I do think it's improving, and there's sometimes modifications to be able to save the tree. Even if the driveway comes close to a protected tree, you could have an arborist on site monitoring while the driveway is being installed. So yeah, there's accommodations, but we do have the ability to require driveways to be moved when there are other possible locations.
Yeah, and I've seen that, and to Rainer's point, you know, a simple pre-design can often mitigate this. But I've actually spent a lot of time on sites where a suitable design has come forward, and then there's been a glitch like that, and it's a whole rethink of the site. So it's not, it's reasonable or rational, but it's not always reasonable. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
Yeah, so wow, it's hard to protect trees around here, isn't it? It's complicated. But I think that these are several more steps to that are important to maintain and hopefully increase the tree canopy. So thank you to everybody who has diligently been writing to us for so many years, actually, and who keep coming out to express their opinions. I want to thank you. And I think that Councillor Cassidy had a good question about the coming into force of this. I realize there's approval motions later as well, but what's the possibility of quick enforcement of these different
This
bylaws?
would be on our next council agenda on December 1st.
I'll look to hope as to when, I think that is.
It'll
the
be
intention
December
for that.
1st, and it would go into effect that day.
And it's through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Gambioli. It's slightly more nuanced because when we were, the old tree bylaw was proposing sort of 75% protection on all trees, right? And so that was the concern. And so a lot of folks who had these big trees thought, oh my goodness, this is going to happen. I'm going to cut down the tree. This 20 centimeter application is far more limited, right? It's only going to apply if somebody's building a new house. So I suppose there's a risk for, say, the 3 or 4 people, and I say 3 or 4 quite seriously, given that there's maybe 50 or 60 houses per year. If there's 3 or 4 people who are contemplating a new house and they see this council meeting, they might do that. But that's the risk as opposed to before where it was the whole municipality. So it's a different metric.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Cassidy, please.
On the subject of hedges, do you know who cut down the hedge from 11th going east on the north side of Marine Drive? So from the corner of 11th towards Park Royal, they'd done a slaughter job on the laurel hedge. The district did it? It's an absolute slaughter job. No, I comprehend that, but it could have been done a little bit and then a little bit and a little bit, but it's a slaughter, ugly job.
Okay.
Yeah, well, anyway, perhaps we could have asked the homeowners behind it to help and do it accordingly. But my next point is, frequently when you're walking around and you hear that charming sound of a buzzsaw, you might stop and speak to whoever's doing the job and they'll say, oh yes, I have a permit. But literally that permit should be attached to the tree.
It should be on site, yes.
It should be on site.
As per the tree bylaw, it needs to be on
Right.
site. You need
Well,
to
it's not happening. There's people going around the community who are stopping as somebody taking down a tree, and they say they have a permit and there's no permit produced and there's no permit attached to the tree. And so the companies that do these jobs should be fined by the district.
And they would
And they
be.
can be.
And they would be.
Okay, did
Thank
that
you.
happen back in 2018? I could name you the company that was busy 24 hours a day. I
Okay.
don't think they were fined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Watt, please.
Yeah, earlier this evening, somebody at this horseshoe asked a question pertaining to waterways. And I'm just wondering if we could get a definition of that and the reference to this. The individual at this horseshoe can ask the question.
I'm going to bring that up at a
Oh, you're
different
going
point in
to?
time. But
Another
it's,
time?
I don't think
Okay.
it's part of this. No, my concern is just the definition of a water
Yeah.
course, and a water course should have water in it, but that's for another day.
Okay.
What I
Another day.
would like to just, Councillor Thompson. No, I'm going to call a question as soon as everyone's finished speaking, but.
Yeah, I think we are getting ready to call the question. So I just wanted to make some comments. Again, respecting all the work and effort that's put into this issue by the members in this room. So probably some of my comments aren't going to be very popular. It's a super complicated thing, and whether it's a good analogy or not, I find paid parking in this weighs really heavy on me because it's a good intention, but it's got these unintentional consequences that do weigh on people. You know, Councillor Snyder made a number of points that this proposal creates. Number one, you know, I'm actually struck by the confusion this is going to cause with, you know, the proposal that you can take trees down before you take out a permit to build, and the whole, I just think it's confusing to people, and then you can take down trees later once you've built. And, you know, like I say, usually once a week or a couple times a month, I'm out on a site where all sites are so complicated and unique. It's really hard to define a policy that's going to be able to be achieved on these lots. The thing I deal with daily, and I know a lot of us counselors do, are these added layers of policies and fees and the complication of the lists and lists and lists that people have to do to try and build what we're supposed to be building, which is achievable housing. I know that many of my fellow counselors support the notion of gentle density, which is building more buildings on single family dwellings. And these all seem to conflict. And some of well, as I mentioned before, I'm a little concerned about the subjectivity of determining what is reasonable moves in building or not. But, you know, it really
fundamentally, it comes down to, I think, with the private lots, and it's not so much an overreach. I just think we've got to give people a right to determine what goes on their lots. And it is heartbreaking when we see these massive trees get taken off of lots en masse. But I actually know a lot of people who go to great lengths to keep these big trees on, and we don't hear about those. But I do believe we should leave the right of these trees on the landowners. And I think tree canopy and retention is really important. And I think through education, we need to encourage our residents and incentivize them to keep them. But trees cause residents a lot of anxiety too. You know, when we talk about the changing elements and these big windstorms that come up, and people living around these big trees, quite frightened, whether they're deemed hazardous or not. They may still be dropping branches, and the amount of debris that it costs them. It's, you know, and I know that living in the Ambleside area where you do really see the kind of evaporation of these big, beautiful trees, it's a very different story out west. So I do find it hard to get behind a lot of these policies, as much as I'm on board with what we're trying to do collectively. And I'll just leave my comments there.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a final comment and express on behalf of my neighbors sincere thanks to somebody on staff. I don't know who it is. I happen to live in a very heavily treed neighborhood, and one of our neighbors noticed a very large dead tree and when they told everybody in the neighborhood, watch out, because it really looked dangerous. And they reported it to somebody here, and literally within a day, the staff road identified it as a serious hazard, had the tree cut down. Everybody in the neighborhood is happy. The only thing that would have made it better is if we had planted a new tree where the dead tree came out, because that would be a nice thing to, it was on Municipal Boulevard. We thought initially it was on private property, but it turned out it was on municipal land. But it was very impressive, and I can tell you the neighbors were very grateful. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Contrary? The motion carries. Thank you. We'll move to the consent agenda items, and I'm going to pull items number 10.3 and 10.4 and simply ask for a motion to table those till the December 1st meeting. Could I have a motion to table? Move, seconded. I'm asking for a motion to table 10.3 and 10.4. And that's, you've seconded that. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion, but and then do
I
I
just
pull?
pulled those. I already did.
Oh, sorry.
We
My
just
head
did
was
that.
my head was still in my last thing. Okay, do you want me to address the pulled items?
No, please, just the
Oh,
motion.
sorry.
You can't speak to a
Make the
tabled item.
recommendation that consent agenda items be approved as written.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder, please.
As amended, sorry, that's really loud. As amended to withdraw those two items, is that correct?
Well, I called for a motion. Those two items have been already voted on as tabled till December
Okay, good.
1st.
Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Call a question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thanks very much. And now we'll turn to the reports from Mayor and Council. And I think I'd just like to start by expressing our sincere thanks to the Legion for hosting a wonderful Remembrance Day. Of course, incredibly lucky with beautiful weather. Also, I'd like to express our sincere thanks to the Memorial Library Foundation for hosting a wonderful 75th anniversary celebration. I'd also like to thank all of the volunteers of our community. We had a meeting, or we had a reception last week recognizing and thanking the volunteers. We also had an opportunity last week to recognize our staff's long service. And I'd like to thank the veterans and our wonderful senior center for hosting a great lunch over the weekend. Those are some of the things. It's been a busy last week. Anybody else want to add?
No,
Can I have a motion to receive that? Councillor Snyder, seconded by Counselor Gambioli. Oh, your light's on. Did I miss something?
Say that the Festival of Lights is coming up starting in
Right.
the end of this month, and I'm hoping that people will go and donate to the cause and have a great time at that event.
Thank you. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Contrary carried. Are there any members of the public who wish to address council this evening?
Mayor Sager, we have 3 names on the speakers list for public questions and comments. The first is Kimberly Liu, followed by Diane Montgomery and Kristen Bergeron.
Kimberly Liu,
please, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Julie Liu. Everybody call me Kimberly or Kim. And I used to be a very well-known accountant in Chinese community. And I has to retire because severe depression. Even I applied a volunteer for the district. I got a reject letter from mayor. I cannot work anymore. So all my income depends on rental income of my house. So I got short-term rental license, and the district bylaw officer told me I can only have 1 listing for my secondary suite. I list each bedroom individually, and I searched the legislation, provincial legislation. It doesn't say anything about you can only list your secondary suite as one listing. So I just wondering if district can give it can give consideration to list my 3 bedrooms individually in the secondary suite. And another thing is, despite I have a secondary suite as a short-term rental, but its income is very minimum. It can only cover property tax and the house insurance. And the most important one is my huge mortgage, because I'm a Chinese, don't have a resources transfer money from China. I'm local here. I came here 30 years ago. With 2 luggage, I have to work hard here. So I depends on totally depends on the rental income right now. And I need the other income. I can have renters in my principal residence other than secondary suite in order to keep mortgage be paid, in order to get every household expenses be paid. I'm really wanted to find a legal way to rent my house. I don't want it to be scared by bylaw officer and stating that I'm offended by law. I don't want it to be that person.
Thank you, ma'am. That's time.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. I'm quite confident that if you make an appointment with our bylaw people, and they could walk you through how to conform to the laws, that would be, they're very helpful people. Mr. O'Connor is the head of the department. I'm sure he'd take the time to meet with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I really want it to be survive right now.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. We certainly want to hope things turn around for you. The next speaker is
Diane Montgomery.
Ms. Montgomery, thanks for joining us. How are you this evening?
Good, thanks.
Thanks for your patience.
I forgot my glasses, but my friend brought some, so. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, thanks.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Sager and members of council. Thank you for your continued support of pickleball in West Vancouver. My family, a generational family, the Montgomery family, have lived in West Vancouver for 3 generations. My family have moved to live in Glen Eagles from Kitsilano in 2020. Both our adult children, my niece, live and work on the North Shore. I've played outdoor pickleball since 1976, when I graduated from high school. While the sport remains very popular with adults 55 and older, which I am one of those, the fastest growing group is now young adults aged 18 to 34, showing that pickleball is now truly a multi-generational, inclusive sport with broad appeal across age groups. And its popularity is not slowing down. And the research supports this. Across Canada, pickleball continues to grow rapidly. According to Pickleball Canada's 2025 national survey, approximately 1.54 million Canadians now play pickleball, up from about 1 million in 2022. So that's a 57% increase in just 3 years. Now to the facts about Glen Eagles. First, in the western part of West Vancouver, where I live, we currently have no outdoor courts. So in the West, pickleball isn't underserved, it's unserved. Second, the demand is visible and measurable. Ambleside and Normandy courts run at near full capacity. Glen Eagles Community Center indoor pickleball programs sell out in literally seconds. You don't need a usage survey study to confirm the demand. The lineups confirm it. Third, even the district's own survey done in April 2025, which staff clearly stated was not representative, still ranked pickleball #1 overall. That is significant given that skateboarders contributed many more written comments. Pickleball ranked first even in a survey that oversampled its critics. Fourth, 4 courts are needed to support school programs, lessons, drop-in play. Glen Eagles run programming at the same time.
That's time.
Okay. Well, that was on.
Ms. Montgomery, we love your passion for the sport. We're very, very supportive. And I'm looking at Ms. Lawler. We didn't have time today to discuss it, but we discuss this issue almost daily. And we really hope to deliver some good news very soon. I'm a little too optimistic. I thought it'd be done by now, but Ms. Lawler, I'm looking at you. Are we getting along? I don't want to put you on the spot. I am. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just did it.
Hi, good evening. I don't have an update for you. We are actively working on it, and we will report back as soon as we have that update.
We're not quite as passionate as you are, but we are passionate. So thank you very much for coming tonight and keeping us on our toes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
the
you for your
final
time.
speaker?
Tristan Bergeron, if I'm
Tris-
pronouncing.
Sorry.
Tristan.
Tristan Burgoyne. That's my
Burgoyne.
son.
And now,
my son.
oh, you know this person. Let me
Yes.
guess. He's
I'm
going to talk
related to
about
him.
pickleball too. Oh, you're related.
He's my son.
He's your
Burgoyne.
son. You're not old enough to have a son that. Oh. Tristan.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm not here to talk about trees. I'm here to talk about pickleball.
How could we have guessed?
Surprise, surprise. So my name's Tristan Burgoyne. I'm 31 years old. I'm a now retired Team Canada athlete. I was on the men's national field hockey team, actually training out of Rutledge down here for about 7 years. But on top of that, during my life, I've played soccer, ice hockey, rugby, tennis. I did a triathlon last year, so you get the point. I've done a lot of sports. What I'm here to share is that pickleball, unlike every other sport I've played, is truly multi-generational and a community building sport. So when I say multi-generational, as my mom pointed out, our families actually played pickleball as an entire family with our grandparents, with my uncles and aunts, cousins, parents, siblings at Salt Spring Island since I was a little kid. And there's been many rivalries, many big defeats, great victories, but along the way, a lot of fun and a lot of laughs. My grandma passed away a few years ago, and at her funeral, actually, one of the stories that came up was how her and my mom, she was 75, my grandma at the time, beat me and one of my best friends, Max, when we were in high school, and they never let us live that down. But it's not just us, our family, who are very passionate clearly about pickleball. If you go to the court, you will see that there are all ages. The last game I played at the end of the summer, the court beside me were a bunch of 14-year-old boys. If you go to the court regularly, you'll see people like my grandma, 75, you'll see young kids, you'll see mixed groups. It's not just the intergenerational though, it's the ability for the sport to bring the community together. So you go to the court, you could be just two of you going to play a game, and next thing you know is you'll be invited to play with two other people in a doubles match. You could go on your own, as my mom does regularly, and next thing you know, you're in a match with three other people you've never met before. So it's really unlike any sport in its ability to bring community together, to bring all age groups together. And there will be situations where, yes, a teenage boy will get beat by his grandmother.
Well, who beats you? Your mother? Did she beat you?
No. She did once.
Oh, she did.
Didn't let it happen again. But anyways, I just hope you'll consider that. Obviously, it sounds like you have lots of conversation. I know it's a passionate topic.
We do. We are very
appreciate that.
determined to see more pickleball in our community.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And it's Councillor Gambioli's birthday, so I'm going to ask if she'll make the motion to adjourn.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Recommend that November 17th, 2025 regular council meeting be adjourned.
Seconded by? Seconded by Councillor Lambert. Call the question. All in favor? Contrary carried. See everyone December 1st. Thanks so much. Have a great night. Have a great rest of the evening. Councillor Gambioli, nice birthday. I hope something fun.